Well, actually, let me flip it so I can see. You can see what I look like. There's enough natural lighting, but let me open the blinds really quick so y'all can see more. Okay. Y'all can see me. Yeah, y'all can see me. 1 second. 1 second. All right. Grand Rising, Grand Afternoon, Grand Evening to you whenever you're seeing this at Tepu. Um, I have a lot of stuff back here because I want to do some meal prep, and I got a bunch of produce yesterday dropped off. Um, so I want to be, healthy, tending to my stuff, washing my um, fruits, rinsing it off. I'm gonna be baking this butternut squash to um, dice it and then put it into some stew, or should I say like soups? But that's gonna be the base for the soup, stew, whatever you call it. And I also just want to take more time today. And let me get a chair actually. 1 second. Let me get a rolly chair so I can maneuver this a bit. Hold on, actually, I need some water too. Oh, not an ad! No! Oh my god. I put on the title is Mystical Classical Raja Indian Music. Oh, hello, thank you for the hearts. And I had to just water my plant by the window over there. You can see it. It's new on top of the shelf. So yeah, I'm feeling a little bit better than yesterday after expressing myself. But I was doing a lot of self-care. What is that? Self-maintenance stuff yesterday. And I didn't want to stand the whole time. Excuse me. Um, so yeah, I definitely feel a little bit better. I have some laundry that I got started as well. It's 1:22. I don't know if y'all could read that clock on the oven. Probably not. But yeah, it's pretty sunny outside, but it's still really cold. Um, Not as cold as yesterday. I think it's like in the 40s now, but it got down to like 23 degrees last night. So with the heat on, it's like 71, sometimes 72. So that's why I'm wearing this. um, so yeah. Um, and I just put on this, music because this always grounds me. I used to listen to classical Indian music or Rajasthan stuff to go to sleep. Um, and like Indian flute music to go to sleep too. It'd be like lulling me to sleep. Funny enough. Um, um, and that reminds me of when I used to pull tarot channel message cards for myself, and one of them I wrote was to charm the snake. And I would hypothetically do that by playing flute music. So I'd be like, okay, calm the snake, play some flute music. Got it. So it's just funny how I used to like write down stuff in code and be like, oh, I know what that means. After like, pulling it. Anyway, I really miss my tarot decks and the ones that I made for myself with index cards. But anyway, that's another story for another day. But I also put some crystals on today. So thank you for the like. I appreciate it. So I'm wearing this, as you can see, it's chunky, right? And oh, hello. This is a, well, hold on, let me turn on the light so y'all can see the color of it, maybe a little better. This is garnet crystal. Hopefully y'all can see the color, but it's like a brownish, dark brown, and then some like little specks of, maybe with the back camera y'all can see it better, like little speckles of brown in there. So that's garnet, and this is good for connecting your Muleki crystal. This is good for grounding your root and crown chakra, and unblocking it if it's blocked. And then I have this green malachite crystal. It's flat, as you can see, but it's very beautiful crystal, right? And this is good for, obviously, green for your heart, your chakra, your heart chakra. Thank you for the like. I appreciate it. So yeah, if you watched the last 2 live streams I did, I definitely need to be rooted, in my spiritual body, and have my heart chakra get some more extra attention. Because, and I was telling myself, you're releasing to be able to receive. You are, what was it? The purging is purposeful, and you are releasing to receive. And there was a third one, but I'm trying to think of it, because I was saying it as it was coming into my head, and you're having this awareness so that you could awaken more to yourself. So those are the things that I was saying yesterday, but it's completely true. Like, if you have emotional residue, or you're holding on to the past, or you feel like you're not living the life that you want to live, then that's energetic residue that you're holding on to, right? So I'm just gonna get some water real quick. And this is the water that we have, Crystal Geyser, like things like that. Because I'm not drinking tap water. And honestly, it's so strange to get used to like having to buy water out here, because as you can see, the fridge does not have a filter. So yeah, that's a downside, but we adapt, and we go on with our lives, right? And like, just going online, looking at the landscape of what jobs, the job market is, and like the popularity of remote work and traveling and technology, infrastructures and social media, it's like, hey, life is changing very rapidly, and it's like, I don't need to go back to college or school to, excuse me, confirmation, how I feel. I don't need to do that, because I am already qualified for these positions, and I was just applying, and it's like, I just have to have more confidence in myself, because I realized that me and my thing that I'm trying to really work on is my solar plexus chakra, with your confidence, your willpower, your a little bit more of your creativity, but your solar energy, the thing that drives you, right? So it's a lot about shaking up those limiting beliefs that were still there in the back of your mind, or it's about, really speaking up for yourself and saying, setting healthy boundaries, or expressing more to people about how you really feel. Um, and not letting people diminish your confidence or what you feel like you have going on, you know? Um, so yeah, I'm just gonna be chilling, really. I like brought out some oatmeal and peaches I was gonna make, but I was like, I'm not even that hungry. And I feel like if I made something, as you can see back here, like, I have carrots, butternut squash, onions, and then I have blueberries over there. But I have so much stuff on the counter that I would forget about it low key. So I'm just sipping some water for now. So yeah, I'm gonna move the camera a bit closer so y'all can see it, but I just wanted to talk for a little bit and share that because, like, doing remote positions or virtual positions for life coaching, for personal training, for motivation coaching, for whatever it was, right? I'm fully qualified for these things, right? So it's like if I had more confidence and more willpower within myself, instead of like, oh, take the safe route, just get a degree and do this, or oh, just do stuff with data and research, or hold on, let me skip this crap. My goodness. Like, just not listening to the advice of others, because I don't know if y'all remember, but before the pandemic, they were saying, oh, get into data, get into IT, get into data analysts, get into cybersecurity, all that, and now AI showed up. And all this other technology, based things that is literally taking thousands and hundreds of thousands of jobs away from people. But that was something that was considered stable or would get you, a good career long term. Just less than a decade ago, right? So it's December 30th, 2025. That hasn't even been 6 years ago, and people were talking about that. Like, oh, stability, go into tech, IT, data, whatever. Right? And then now, people, talking about get your own business, do remote work, da 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 da, and it's like almost everything online is like MLM format, MLM style. It's like, oh, you have to bring clients with you to this business. For example, I couldn't believe personal trainers didn't just have a solid, oh, go into a gym, boom, make money. They're like, well, if a gym isn't hiring, do a vitamin shop and, work your way up, or do rent out a gym and sell programs to people, or just go with an app and pay to become a trainer on the app. And then there's like, some stuff on Indeed, and it's like, oh, we're looking for people who are personal trainer certified, but you have to go through our program, and then we'll give you clients. So after getting certified, you had to join another program, pay money, go through how they want you to teach, and then it's like two certifications basically just to get clients. And it's like, this is crazy. The way that people are trying to make money off of others is crazy, because it's not just get a degree, it's not just be certified, it's not just have a passion for it anymore. It's compete with all of these other things that are happening and all the technology booming, and I guess competitiveness that's happening. So I'm like, wow, that's crazy. And then you go on these apps, and again, it's like you either have to compete with AI or partner with AI, because people are just asking, hey, questions. Like, literally, I saw a post and it was like revealing that Alexa was AI this whole time. And I've never used Alexa personally. I never put that in my house. I've never hey Siri, hey Alexa. I've never done that. I didn't even like iPhones from the jump, right? So I'm gonna stop ranting about that, right? I can really get in. I can really get into it more, but I'm gonna stop ranting. I'm gonna stop ranting. Um, so with this stuff, I'm going to be soaking and cutting some of the things. I have to make sure if these carrots are still good though. Um, my little brother was supposed to help me eat it, but he does school and work and all these other things. So yeah. Um, but I have these bags that I was gonna put for the soup and stewed items. So I was gonna like chop everything up and then divvy them into little bags so that whenever I want to make this soup or stew, I just grab a bag, put it in the pot or the pressure cooker, whatever, right? And these onions are very smelly, my goodness. And I was gonna cut up the garlic, but I was like, they're kind of small enough that, if I wanted to make like scrambled eggs, I might dice up some garlic and put it in there with it. But for the most part, um, the garlic is not that big. Like I'll show you guys. And then I have a bunch of lemons in the fridge as well to put with the soup. But I'm not sure if I'm gonna juice them or cut them up and boil it with it because of the lemon skin. So yeah, but I already peeled the garlic the other day, or shelled it, shelled it, however you say it. So yeah, and then this is so cute. It was a little baby one growing with it while it was waiting to be peeled. So, but yeah, like it's not gonna take that long to cut these up. Is the point that I was making. So yeah, not too much of a priority, right? And then I just have cucumber and grapes in there, but I like using the cucumber skin for like a natural air freshener type of thing. So one of them is literally in one of the rooms right now, but hold on, let me see. Oh, I just add. Let me just get it to show y'all. So this is what it looks like. It's like the little rice measuring cups where you like scoop it out of the bag. That's the purpose for it, but you can see. So obviously it is working because it's shriveled up. Oh, can you see that? It's a little shriveled up. Sorry, I'm trying to hold it in my fingers so y'all can see it. And it took the moisture from the little light green part, and it curls up and dries up when it has taken the staleness or dryness out of the air. And it's really good if you don't put too much cucumber, because one time I put this in an area and it, I guess, had more moisture. Like I put it in the bathroom, excuse me, and there were pieces that like this were like bigger chunks, and you could see the light green part of it, and it started getting a little mold on it, like little white webby molds. I'm pretty sure that's mold. So you want to make sure that you either dice it into smaller pieces or don't put it in a moist area. It's really to take out dryness in the air and put moisture in the air and refresh the smell of the room. So, yeah. If you put your dirty laundry in a basket in a closet, put this next to it, um, or if you're someone who's just has a messy room, and you have stuff all over the place and your room's starting to smell, just put some cucumber peels in a little container and put it in your room. Also, this works if you want to put it underneath your bed. Um, you know. But anyway, yeah. So this is the natural air freshener. I did not see this anywhere online. Literally, I was just like, oh, let me try this. And boom, it works. So there's the example for you. The natural air freshener and air moisture provider. I don't know how to word it specifically, but yeah. So I'm going to put this back and then start. All right. Okay. All right. Now go back to the natural lighting of things. And mine here, I just have the spice rack that I use, and then some tea and herbal supplements and such. And then waiting for these super green avocados to ripen. It's gonna be really good with some eggs, right? So, yeah, I'm leaving the apples and the grapes and cucumbers alone in the fridge, and just whenever I want to eat it, wash it, then consume it. This stuff I will literally forget to do, and again, I don't want it to go bad. So, yeah. I don't know if carrots say... Oh yeah, this is used by November 19th, but it's perfectly fine. So... It's just a little, of that white, like, skin stuff on the outside. But yeah. I don't know if people actually, go by every single thing that the, expiration date, use by date, because it's like with baked goods, that's different. But with fruits and vegetables, sometimes you could literally, get away with stuff if you cut it up and put it in the freezer, So that's just my take on that, personally. I'm going to soak the blueberries, though, and just leave it for an hour. It will... I don't know how long it's going to take to do this, right? But, it's going to take quite a minute. And with these blueberries, I asked specifically for them to, have with smoothies and such, but I'm probably gonna, put it in these containers again, reuse it, but we'll see, right? So, fills up the whole thing, right? And I got this at a H Mart a few years ago, and it's a Korean grocery store. And I used to live in Virginia. So they had like a lot of what we consider exotic fruits and like really cheap household products and kitchen stuff. And I use this bowl for, as you can see, it has a drain here, like where you can drain water if you're washing stuff out. But also, if you want to store things, like put a bunch of apples, put a bunch of lemons, things like that. And every time I would get something from the store, obviously I would wash it, and then I have this. Hold on. I'm holding this, and I'm not trying to get the floor wet. This Whole Foods 365 brand organic fruit and vegetable wash. So it's here. You can see I've used probably a little more than half, but I've used this for a while, and this says used by May 16th, 2026. So this is also like, a few years of use. And I really, really miss going to like Lidl and Whole Foods and, just stores like that, right? Yeah, I really miss it. I truly miss it. It's something that I might not get over. That's why I also don't like living in the state and such a small city, because it's like the places to shop at for anything, grocery, knick-knack, whatever related, is dollar store, Family Dollar. And the produce that they get, sometimes they have cucumbers, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they have ripe avocados, sometimes they're really mushy and about to go bad. And I literally said, like, as the lady was ringing me up, I was like, hey, if these are already bad, can I return them? Like, can I switch them out? She's like, yeah, if you have the receipt, we'll give you a refund for it. So at least, they do something to try to help, I guess. Or maybe it's been a complaint before in the past, I don't know. But this might be last because it's such a thick, butternut squash. It's not hollow, whatsoever. So, yeah. And then I have sweet potato over there that I might cut up. But, there's bananas as well that I might cut up. But anyway, let's just start with the vegetables. Alright, so I'm going to move this actually so y'all can see a little bit closer to me. I don't want to just be talking to my back, so to speak. Or talking with my back turned. But yeah, so right next to this window here, natural lighting. So this, sorry, the tripod just swung, almost hit me in the face just now. Let me make sure this is screwed on properly. Okay, there we go. So, now I can see a little bit more. Because I was also using the onions, like the smallest ones first, but most of them are peeled. I just don't want them to go bad either, right? I used most of my onion yesterday. That's what I was eating. So, we're going to start off with the carrots. Carrots, a little simpler. So, a sharp knife here. And this is the cutting board that I use. I just, repurposed the old lid, but I just also don't want to scratch plates, There is a cutting board in the garage, but yeah, we just stick with these. I don't know if that's a little silly to people maybe watching it, but I like to repurpose things. I don't like to just throw things away. And if it's a more convenient way to store something, than versus having a big cutting board or a plate, I'd rather just use this, and it's easy to clean. Like, sometimes wooden cutting boards are difficult as heck to clean. So, yeah. I'm going to rinse these really quick as well, and just do half of it at a time. It's like, sometimes, carrots, baby carrots, I guess, more specifically, but when you have bagged carrots and you have, like, a little bit of moisture in the bag, it makes it a little slimy. So, yeah, I don't want to deal with that, right? And then this goofy carrot looks like someone took a bite out of it. But I'm just gonna dice them finely and put them in here for now in this little glass container. Um, but yeah, I have the laundry going in the background and washing my sheets and some stuff. I did my tops, hair stuff, like my bonnets, my some hair ties, and my hair towels that I dry with, tops, what's gonna call it, and towels. I was like, what did I? Yeah, towels. Towels and washcloths. Yes, sir. And then I did some, self-care maintenance, and I trimmed my nails, and I haven't painted my nails since August. I haven't gotten my nails done professionally either. There's nothing in town to get your nails done either, so I decided to use my birthday money for other things. And if you didn't know, going to Spencer's and getting a cartoon branded pajama set will be like $50. So yeah, I did that for myself. Got myself some nice Invader Zim pajamas. It's really like a graphic t-shirt and pajama bottoms, but they're like, oh well, we have Invader Zim shirt here. I was like, okay, sure. So. I love classical Indian music so much, bro. So if there's like any brown or like dried up, what I would call ashy, but if there's any carrots that are like ashy or have like, brown marks on them, then I'll, just shave that part off. But, also the little ends of the carrots, right? This is a good example, like, and the ends, just to make sure I'm not, ingesting anything that would be harmful. I didn't put any spray with, the carrots after rinsing. I just rinsed it and made sure to put my hands through it to get any slime or weird feeling, textures off of it with the water. So yeah, not trying to completely peel the carrots here, right? Just doing a little bit of shaving and then chopping. So I don't feel like I need a big cutting board, right? But this is the type of things that really help you regulate your nervous system, doing things slower, making things for yourself, cooking for yourself. Just like I was talking about with the self-care stuff, self-maintenance, you definitely should do this with your fruits and vegetables. Make sure that hey, I prep my stuff. It's going to be easier for me to do. I love meal prepping so much, right? So I used to meal prep for 3 days at a time. Honestly, anything more than that, your food might, get a little tired, or not your food, but like you might get tired of the food. That's what I meant to say. Let me see. Can y'all see me still if I sit down and do this? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let me move this just a little. Yeah, so y'all can see the whole setup now. Alright, cool. Cool beans. So yeah. This is what I'm doing. It's 1:53. It's been, 30 minutes? Yeah, 34 minutes on live. So, I'm just gonna do this today. Chill, vibe out. I hope the audio levels are good with the music and me talking. But yeah. So. And realistically, when you're making your soups and stews, right, you would want to put the things that would take longer to cook first, right? So you would put the butternut squash in the pot first if you weren't baking it. I am, right? I don't want to have to potentially deal with hard squash in soup. So I'm baking it, right? But anyway, if you were to just put it on the stove top for a long time to wait for it to cook, you would put carrots after that. And then you would put garlic, and then onions, and then stuff like tomatoes, rice, um, kale, peas, things like that that are softer and would take just a few minutes, like 10 minutes or less, to cook. And sometimes I've literally made soup, made something in the pressure cooker, and there was a little bit of extra water that it had not soaked up, and I just put some quinoa or some rice on top of it, and while it was cooling off, right, like from the hot to cooling off setting, or keep warm setting, it cooked the rice or the quinoa. So, little hack, if you're doing stuff in a pressure cooker and it doesn't soak up all the water, put some rice or quinoa, soak it right up. Only needs 7 to 10 minutes. Really 5 minutes if it's really hot, but again, that's depending on what you're using to cook with. So. And it's funny because this piece is too thick. Hold on. I wanted to do like cooking, like a cooking segment, and have like a cooking series, and that's why I was doing like YouTube shorts and such. But it's so much that goes into production when I look at other cooking channels. So like I'm fine with the content that I make, right? But it's like I really miss when social media was just genuine people watching videos that were simple, didn't have a cutaway, segment every minute, didn't have all this crazy editing and lighting, and you didn't have to have a microphone, lapel, whatever on you. Shoot. It's an ad. Getting ads for AI, for real. It's only been 40 minutes of that playing, and I've gotten this many ads. Like goodness. So yeah. But yeah, just a little rant. Cause like honestly, I wanted to be a YouTuber when I grew up. Literally, I took the photography classes. I collected cameras. I filmed stuff in nature. I did scrapbooking stuff with my mother. Was super into arts and crafts and fashion and just, all the stuff you'd find interesting, I guess, when you're a little kid. But I wanted to be a YouTuber, and I went to trade school. Oh, whoops. And got a whole certification on TV and film production, audio engineering. So I'm like, okay, I know everything that it takes to be a YouTuber, to have my own type of show format, to have, my own segment, and, be able to script and just do all the things like framework and storyboarding and all these things. And I made a news segment. I made a small business documentary with a partner. I made a music video with someone else, right? Like we had to partner with, classmates to do these. We didn't do these by ourselves, right? Oh my goodness. It's a gnarly carrot. So at the end of the class, right, at the end of the school, we had a video reel and an audio reel to be able to submit to, if you wanted to pitch your project to a network, if you wanted to join a radio show type of environment, if you wanted to be, I don't know, just behind the camera, doing interviews for more red carpet, I guess, stuff for movie premieres that would come into town, because it was in Chicago, by the way. So, we had a few connections with the teachers and the people, sorry, not the people, the studios in the city. And, it was very interesting to go to a school like that and be around creative people. But it was also like, hey, this is the industry. And some people, they will give you, that internship and it's sink or swim. And some people, they will give you opportunities to film or to be their cameraman or their editor. And it's like, oh, they're not going to pay you, but you could use that type of stuff for your reel, for your demos. So you can say, oh, I work with so-and-so, and, then be able to, again, pitch to a network or pitch your project and get funding for it, right? And I had one classmate that did that, had an internship and worked with one of the teachers there as the cameraman and editor. So he was like, oh, I'm doing this with this teacher. I was like, okay, cool. Good for you, right? Because he already had a YouTube channel and skits with his little brother. So he was really, really good at editing. And I was like, yeah, go for it, right? If you feel like you want to move up to that next step, go for it. And some of the classmates, would joke with him, hey, don't forget us when you're famous, don't forget, the class the classmates, if you want to hire us for one of your projects. And it was so funny because, we're so genuinely sincere. We were excited. We were hungry, as they say, for work and for just being in a big city and making our dreams come true type of thing. But, some people just want to do podcasting. Some people just wanted to do that video editing stuff. Some people just wanted to, have an internship under one of the teachers and become their protege, I guess you could say. But that classmate, that had that internship and was doing the editing and video work for one of the teachers on like the red carpet and doing interviews with celebrities when their movies would come through, right? He didn't get paid. They're like, oh yeah, he'll reimburse for parking payment or for gas or something. I don't know. I felt like it was one of those things. And he was like, yeah, I'm going to these events, and I have the access, the media access for it, but I'm not getting paid, and I don't live close to the city, so it's like an hour drive one way there and an hour drive back home. So he would take the train for a lot of stuff, but then he was like, it's kind of a little obnoxious to have all this equipment on the train, with me. And I think the timing of the train, schedule might have also gotten in the way. I'm not quite sure, the specifics, but he was like saying all this stuff, and it was like, yeah, I'm not even getting paid, so I feel like I'm doing it for free, almost. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but I had decided to do another certification there at the trade school for audio engineering, so I was just listening to it like in the class still, you know. I didn't finish and decide to do something else yet. So yeah, I was like, oh, sorry to hear that, you know. And then, but he had a really impressive, you know, reel, like demo reel. So you know, if he was confident enough and wanted to network, he could totally pitch to a Cartoon Network or Netflix or what have you, you know. So I'm sure he's doing big things. I don't know where he is today. I haven't talked to him in a while. I've also changed my number since then, you know, since that class. Um, I did trade school before the lockdown and the pandemic. So after I finished my audio engineering certification, I had a live studio internship, and then, you know, a month into that was lockdown. They're like, well, it's a non-essential business, so we gotta stop this, you know. So I don't know what happened to any of those people. Any of them at the studio, any of them uh, doing public events, right? Because we saw how much the play and music sector and, you know, Broadway and stuff like that, we saw how much they really were affected from the lockdowns and you know, their career in that aspect, right? Something nobody saw coming, right? And I was just saying that to my dad in a message. I was like, you know, it's kind of crazy how when I become an adult, it's like it's no longer about, you know, are you certified? Are you this? Are you that? It's like, boom, pandemic, boom, volatile economy, boom, you know, all these global things happening, right? This Project 2025 BS, this horrible things that are happening, right, in politics. No one can deny it. No one anymore, any longer can say, oh yeah, it's just politics, because it's not. They're literally shut down departments and have been stripping funding and closing buildings and oh my gosh, the layoffs at the beginning of this year. Oh my gosh, I'm not trying to say like people in the government sector just didn't care about, you know, money or funding or how people have to work certain jobs to get by, but it's like their bubble also bursted because they're like, oh, well, you know, I'm a federal employee. I would have never thought, you know, I would get fired. Or I'm a healthcare worker. I would have never thought I would have gotten fired or, you know, being hired getting severely delayed, right? And you know, obviously, I went to human rights committee meetings. I listened to the town halls they had with Congress members, you know, waiting in queue to speak. But there were so many people who got laid off that were, you know, in queue and talking that the rest of us, right, didn't even get to really share. So I'm gonna switch this. I'm tired of skipping the ads. Oh my gosh, bro. All right, relaxing bamboo flute music. Yep. Where's my water? All right. Hopefully there won't be as many ads now. But yeah, that's just the time we live in today, and it's really nuts because so much has happened in such a little amount of time. Like, I haven't even been out of trade school for a decade, you know? And the amount of change that has happened with technology and how we even view being online and how we edit things has even changed, you know? Like, there's a technological app or an AI or something for you to just not have to do it yourself. And even with live streaming, you know, it's like, oh, there's an AI recap of your live stream. And sometimes I'll keep them up. Like, oh, that was a good snippet of the live, you know. Um, I'm not quite familiar with how to make live stream highlights or snippets. Um, so, yeah. Delicious carrot. Wow. Um, so, you know, I think it's a lot of trying to control the way that people work and the way that people get their livelihood and their needs met. And I just think that part is sinister, right? Like, why even have degrees or programs that don't get you anything afterward? Why even set up a whole school when you know that in a few years, hey, this shit's gonna become obsolete, right? Excuse my language. Um, but yeah, that's just, I just find it so ridiculous how people are like, "Oh, work, you're not anywhere in life because you don't work hard or because you're lazy," and then it's like, no, I just don't think that society wants people to have a certain level of stability, or else they wouldn't make money, you know. And that's honestly such a sad truth that we all are coming to terms with. I mean, just look at the healthcare food industry, you know, like it's the same thing as the school to prison pipeline, you know. They do things a certain way and prime you to live a certain way that you never question, hey, am I getting sick because my, you know, whatever, my genes, my immune system, my environment, or am I getting sick because of the foods that I'm eating and the nutrients I'm getting is not from my food? Oh, maybe I don't have to take supplements all the time. Maybe I just need to stop eating or stop buying at, you know, certain places, right? And that's a harsh reality too, because it's like, why do the food stores and the food companies and the restaurants have things that could give me, you know, I'm not gonna say it, I don't know if I would get flagged for it, but um you know, why am I getting sick? Why am I getting terminally ill? Why are my hormones disrupted because I'm eating this, right? Why do I feel like having a bag of chips is an addiction, right? Why is, not that I do this, I don't drink soda anymore, right? Um, and if I do go out, it's like I'll have a Sprite, but even that's too much for me nowadays, to be quite honest. And it makes me burp so much, my goodness. But anyway, it's like, why, you know, do we even have these options if they're gonna make us sick? Oh, that's right. So someone else could get rich. Awesome. And then people just kind of move on. And then they sue companies, and there's lawsuits, and they change formulas, or they change, you know, the labeling on packages. And it's like, no, just take it out of the store. Like, why is that even an option? Don't tweak the recipe. Take this crap somewhere else, you know? And drinking herbal teas and taking supplements, and even with supplements, like, you know, going back to that personal training certification, I'll take something that has, you know, this list of ingredients, but it's good stuff. It's sea moss, ashwagandha, moringa, you know, like it's vitamin C, all these good things, right? Sorry it's mirrored. But the capsules themselves is like made of vegetable cellulose or plastic. So even when I do use supplements, I'll you know, undo it and pour it into water, just straight powder. Um, I don't even take the little plastic coating or casing with the pills. So it's so much that you have to really look out for, you know. Um, And that's just for me listening to my body, not what an ad told me, not what was popular, not what feels good. What is my body trying to tell me about this thing? Um, so yeah, that's my spiel over. Carrot went right into my shirt. Funny enough. I'm gonna check on the laundry shortly as well. Definitely want to do that before 3 o'clock. It's 2:14 right now. This is just such a thick carrot. I don't want it to slip out of my hand again. Alright. And you could totally eat a carrot and just boil it and it'd be fine. I'm a little particular. And want to do this. Have a calm live stream, and just chill. Just relax a little bit. And honestly, I like this way of, a nice carrot. I like using this little plastic lid as a cutting board as well, because it has a little lip here. So you can see the stuff just piles up and it doesn't spill over. And this is especially good for, cutting limes, cutting lemons, cutting things that have a lot of juice, so it doesn't just, boom, spill onto the counter. Versus having like a wooden cutting board or a regular plastic cutting board and it's just flat. I would have to clean up or, use a lot of paper towels afterward. And I just find this easier and simpler for me. So if it looks weird, I'm completely fine with it. It works for me. And a lot of things in society don't work for me, so I don't participate. Just like having a phone for me right now is not really. I'm sorry. Having a phone service, like calls and texting, that doesn't really work for me because it's literally just another expense for no reason. I tested out a theory of, okay, let me, use social media and email to communicate with people and see how that goes. And guess what? I'm still connected to the outside world. And the people who find it important to reach me. And I'm contemplating even deleting TikTok at the moment because when I go live on there, people don't really join. And then it's like random people, right? But there's no live recap like there is here to not recap, playback like there is here. So, whatever time I go live, it doesn't really matter who joins to me, honestly. Because I know people will watch the live playback. Like there was 72 people who watched the stream yesterday. Perfectly fine. Before that, it was like 120 something. So, I'm kind of understanding that people like to see more specific content. Like the most watched live stream that I have is I put Get Ready With Me and aesthetics, but it was like hashtag Get Ready With Me. So I knew it would, go more in the algorithm that way. But a lot of the views or the more highly viewed live streams I have is like just me talking and being closer to the camera versus when I would go outside and give little lectures in nature or at the park or just be walking and talking about stuff I had connected. So yeah, but I'm obviously still doing the content that I like, I'm just understanding more after doing a half of a year of live streaming. So yeah, but that other live stream a few days ago where I talked about predictions and went through my channel was so cool to just see my evolution and growth and things of that nature. Because whenever I post a live stream, I don't watch the playback of it, you know? Like, I listen to a few of them, like the Vibrant Souls playback live stream, but, you know, that was for audio purposes. Like, oh, can they hear me and the music, you know, good. Come on. So, some of them, it was just to get it out of my system, like me being in therapy with Mother Nature, you know? um, so, yeah. If I were to be like super full time about YouTube and editing and content creation, I would need my laptop to be fixed. I'm borrowing this one currently from the library still. Um, so yeah, but again, I'm still waiting on some things to come in for me. So this is where I am at the moment in time currently. And I'm also not like super capitalistic driven, especially after everything I was just saying about society and how it's set up, because it's like I genuinely don't want to make money off of people. I want people to have a better livelihood. And I don't know how that's gotten twisted. Genuinely. I don't know how it's gone from, hey, you know, come to America, start your business, American dream, to, hey, come over here because where you live was destabilized and, you know, you need asylum or you need better medical care, or better education, I guess. I'm trying to think of all the stuff that they name. But, yeah, they're like, oh, come here and work. And you will be able to raise your family and retire in your 60s. Now people don't even retire anymore. It's quite sad. But anyway, if I had a different outlook, you know, and didn't compare so many things and put the connections together, yeah, maybe I might be a capitalist, but I also just care about the earth more than humans. So at this point, I'm like, I don't want to have a business. I don't want to deal with all these relationships and all this energy from people, simply to just make money. Like, my energy is way more valuable than a piece of paper. I hate to break it to um, people in that way, in that regard. So yeah. And you know, I just see through the nonsense. I see through the smoke and mirrors. I see through so much in my little short life experiences, you know? But then when I reflect, I'm like, wow, 27 years of living, nothing to show for it other than my mind and my perspective. But that's also something that is kind of difficult to market is your mind, right? Like being a life coach, being a certified personal trainer, it's very much so to do with marketing myself. Not, hey, I have a product, hey, I have, you know, this, obviously it's a service that I provide to people, right? But it's like coaching, consulting, like, you know, you, to be, I guess, more sustainable in the long run, people, you know, they're like, hey, partner up with a building, a business, a system, so that you can make money. Otherwise, you're just doing it off of word of mouth and social media posting. So, yeah. That's why the community workshop was, you know, not a make or break, but it was like helpful for me to get feedback from, hey, these are the people that live around you. Certain people value it, certain people will just say they value it and not show up. So I just deal with a lot of ego, inner child uh, bruising or wounding, one might say. Um, and just not having my self-worth dependent on if people showed up or not, you know? Um, and I'm very extremely happy that I had a business mentor and I was able to partner with, you know, a wellness space. They do massages, they do stretches, they sell supplements, right? What you gonna call it? They do facials. So wellness in general. They sell essential oils for aromatherapy. You know, so it'd be great to even work at a place like that. You know, um, but again, it is a small town, so some of the things that they do there, you know, or that they recommend people do for mobility and to relieve pain, like yoga, stretching. Some people are like, "Oh, that's demonic. I don't want to do that." It's like, what? You know? Um, so it's just really crazy how people's beliefs can stop business, to put it all together like that. Wrapping up the stuff about the school, stuff about the lockdown, stuff about me, stuff about the wellness space. People's beliefs definitely dictate business. Um, and that is why people are like, well, just have a good attitude and the right mindset and leave the rest of what you're dealing with at home. It's like, okay, but you know, I'm a human being and I'm interacting with other human beings. So emotions, triggers, mistakes, you know, one person is going to do it one way, another person is going to do it better, right? So IQs definitely play a part. You know, life is great, but in terms of the way that society is set up right now, it is making it look a different way. Let's just say that. And then I sit at home, not talking to anyone, listening to music, going live, you know? And it's like, oh, life is great. So that's why I'm like, again, debating, do I delete this app? Do I leave it? And I think the more simplified my life has become, the easier I've found it to live. And even if I have not traveled the world yet, even if I have not lived in another country by myself, I do still feel a sense of peace, just not that sense of freedom that we all want right now in the United States, so called. There's a little piece of carrot in there. So yeah, a really thick carrot. Oh my gosh. I don't know if y'all could hear the carrot peeling sounds, but this is like ASMR to me. And this is like good if I were composting stuff. I would definitely put these, you know, carrot layers or peeling, however you call it. I definitely put this in a compost and as like, you know, plant uh, food scraps. This is also why I wish I lived in a different climate, a different area, because it's like it's just dry. Like Oklahoma is flat mostly, you know, unless you go to the wildlife refuge, but it's a lot of nature, a lot of flat area, farmland, rural, I think is the term, rural living. And even the cities feel like suburbs, you know? And I think Tulsa and Oklahoma City are the two more robust big cities. And then I was trying to think if there was another one, but I think Tulsa is the one that has the like the technology centers and the colleges. So yeah. But you know, one good thing that I do like about, you know, the design of things and the infrastructure is those master classes and those like online courses where you can learn things or pay to learn about, you know, one specific thing. Like, oh, how do I do a screenwriting class? Or how do I do, you know, XYZ, right? Instead of having to go to college or do all these placement tests or going to, you know, a tech center, I guess, you could just go online and, hey, how do I make boom? How do I do boom? You know? And I'm not sure about the cost being too different, right? Because you got to do your research. But certifications are definitely cheaper than college. Because I recently got accepted into a college, but I'm like, I don't even want to do all this or take all these classes for real. I'm interested in like 2 things. Yeah, and then I went back on, you know, to applying for jobs. I'm like, I'm so qualified. Like, if I just lived in a different area, you know. So yeah. But that's why I'm like, I want to be in a bigger city. I want to be around more creative things and less religious people. Like, it's nutty to me, you know? And I can only say that because I did the work. I tried. I literally knocked on people's doors, made community flyers, handed out business cards, you know? Really nice business cards. And nobody emailed me. Well, I'm not going to say nobody, but like 3 people emailed me and they weren't even ready, you know? So, it's weird. But you know, everything happens for a purpose. These were life lessons. We live and we learn. And I think doing like QR code type business cards are way better than trying to market yourself to where you have everything explained on the card or visuals, because people literally just keep it business cards almost like postcards. So yeah. But so much of today is marketing, you know? And that was another popular thing. Oh, get into digital marketing, get into digital graphic design, get into, you know, all this different type of stuff that we have apps for today. So you can never truly stay comfortable unless you have a service that is based off of either human behavior or human design. So, and things like getting your nails done, waxing, facials, therapy, life coaching, personal training to a degree. That's not going to be replaced by a robot, right? Because people go and do these things and have these services also for the interactions with people. They want to feel that human connection. They want to feel a bit of being pampered, a bit of personal attention, a bit of, energy behind it, right? It's not like, oh, I'm hungry. Let me go ask a chef, just go to the store and get something or make something yourself like I'm doing right now. I'm meal prepping for soup. So that's just my take personally. But this bamboo flute music is very relaxing without ads. So appreciate that. And ads? Oh my gosh. The ad bombardment really, I used to say it triggers me, but it's just really obnoxious how much money and investments are put into ads. Because it's like, why do they think because I see something on a regular basis, oh, I'm going to buy it? Like, my mind is way more fortified than that, Because I see a Sprite commercial every day in between, whatever YouTube videos I want to watch, does not mean I'm going to just, let me get a Sprite. Or let me get this Christmas flavored whatever, Like, it boggles my mind, the amount of mind control and subliminal messaging that is just put in front of people, and they're like, oh, why do I have a craving for blah blah blah, or why do I want to eat this junk food? Well, probably because it's subliminally messaged for, the last 3 years of your life to eat that or buy that, You're not reading the ingredients. You're just, oh, it's popular, let me go buy it. Or let me go try it. Oh. And that's also, again, with that experience in education, like you learn how to portray information and essentially, market what you're talking about in a certain way, what you're displaying in a certain way. And it's so much smoke and mirrors within the media. People don't even get it, really. And also someone who went through boot camp, like, talk about smoke and mirrors, right? Like, it's programming. It's all programming at the end of the day. It's all programming. Oh, happy holidays to you. How are you? Oh, that person left. Oh. Well, I don't celebrate any of the holidays, so whoop-de-doo. Winter solstice just passed, and spring equinox is coming up. I go by nature, not by people. And you know what I was thinking the other day too, in a lot of the revelations and connections that I was getting, was that, right? I'm not even going to go into calendars and such, but a lot of the things that we say, oh, is it nature versus nurture? Did this person turn out this way because of their genes? Did this person turn out this way because of their environment? Like getting into the psychology of, behavior and when they would talk about criminals or really dangerous people, they were like, well, was it nature or was it nurture? It's like, I had to review a lot of stuff from my family and, the people that my family had invited into their family, married into, is choosing to raise their kids together, whatnot, right? And I'm like, if I were someone who believed in nurture, having more power over the nature of the person, I would be really messed up. Like, truthfully, like, I'm someone today who needs a trauma therapist, right? I don't need CBT therapy. I don't need a psycho, what is it called? A shrink, I think is what it's called, or a psychoanalyst. Like, I've done that enough on myself. And being someone who went through training to become a healthcare professional, right? I know about biomechanics. I know about neuroscience. I know about the gut and brain link. I know about the body keeps a score. I know about the fascia, right? Which is how your body keeps a score, essentially. So, I'm not someone who's like, yeah, this is wrong with me. I don't know what to do. I need some pills. I need medication. I need blase, right? And I understand the power of words and the choice that we have to either bless or curse our life with our tongue, with our words, with the things that we think about and say. So I understand that Buddhism was able to separate CBT therapy or talk therapy, right? So I'm not the same person that I was. And, doing this year review that people do, this year wrap up, looking at my content, it's like, yeah, I don't need to tell myself, like, this is what my family did, or this is how my family influenced me or nurtured me, because I've already broken past that mold, And after a certain amount of time, if you've ever been in therapy or done stuff related to mental health, they're going to say, it's not your family's fault after a certain amount of time passes. When you're an adult, what happened to you in your childhood is your responsibility to work through or to ask for help. Like, hey, I'm acting this way for this reason, or I do this as a survival mechanism, or this is the way that I learned how to handle emotions. Because when you're an adult, you're responsible for yourself, right? And even if you are someone who's still reliant on your family, still lives with family, still acts like a kid, acts like they're not capable of things because of your family, then that's literally your responsibility. And it doesn't even matter about culture or about influence or about nurture after a certain age, they say. So a lot of times, if people, don't go to therapy or don't look into mental health intervention, crisis intervention, just public services, I guess you could say, right? Then, if you don't look into those things, what happens is you go through relationships and they teach you about yourself. And the more that you get into, certain dynamics or certain habits, 242, half the bag of carrots, oh my gosh. The more you get into certain habits or dynamics with other people, the more it's comes up. Like, hey, this is my childhood nurturing, this is a inner child wound, et cetera, Oh, he's dropping the carrots. Alright. Oh my gosh, this is gnarly carrot. This one just looks like it got split open though. It doesn't look like it grew like that. I forgot how much water carrots had in them. Wow. This is a juicy carrot. When you see half the bag of carrots, fill up this container. So, I'm going to try to finish this by 3. But yeah. So, relationships definitely teach you if you don't seek the help yourself. And again, I'm not saying, well, not again because I didn't mention this, but I'm not saying anything to shame anyone. This is simply my perspective from my experience as someone, who's tried a lot of things in life, but also having that life coaching perspective, having that psychology, neuroscience backed, based, however you want to say it, knowledge, right? I can make courses. I can talk about so many things. I was thinking of doing like an Eventbrite, weekly thing. Like, hey, here's an event, a virtual event, and just talk about certain things to educate people, in a fun way, of course. I'm not just gonna sit there and talk. But I have posters and handouts and certain things. And my mother gave me a bunch of blazers that didn't fit her anymore. So I was like, oh yeah, I'm definitely a professional. Let's do this. And then you have to deal with life. And what comes up, right? What comes up to the surface is safe to feel. But if you're someone who has never felt that emotion or has never felt safe, water. But if you're someone who's never felt safe to express anger or express discomfort, or you don't talk about your needs, so your needs never get met, type of thing, right? If people don't know that it's okay to ask for help, then they will literally destroy themselves and go their whole life feeling like they're a burden. Or just get stuck in addiction. And it's so many really sad cycles that people go through to just get to who they truly are, with that inner child. And I again, not shaming anybody, just sharing, because I went through addiction. I went through being so reliant on what other people thought or what other people were doing that I was like just measuring myself and comparing. And we know that comparison is the thief of joy. So I had to learn from the misery that I was putting myself in and not let the knife slip out of my hand. And to just really learn to be content with what I had, And we have enough. We all have enough. When we look inside, when we look at ourselves and how far we come, we have enough. We have grown. We have learned from our past to a certain extent. To me, I see everything as a sign or a lesson now. I listen when the universe speaks to me, and I go where spirit sends me. So again, I don't really care too much about being a personal trainer, being a life coach, being someone in the public society, making money, being in a system, doing all this stuff for people, because it's like, is that my purpose? Is that gonna get me to where I need to go? Is working in a gym for the rest of my life what I really want to do? No. Is that my purpose? No. But is it a combination with other things? Yes. Do I understand biomechanics and spiritual design more after becoming a personal trainer and going through that course? Absolutely. Am I able to understand parts of my body and where disease correlates, with how I'm taking care of my body, what supplements I'm eating, what food I'm eating, what things I'm intaking. Absolutely, right? Because it's a nutrition aspect, and it's learn about systems and the functions of them, and learn about how to help people recover from injuries. So it's a little bit of physical therapy, a little bit of psychology, a little bit of sociology, how things are designed in society, how people form their routines, how people recover from injuries, how people, some people have what they call comorbidities, and you have to be able to train people who have certain limitations and restrictions. So to me, it's like with the life coach and with the personal training certifications, it was a way for Spirit to be able to teach me what was not taught to me through family gap, through school education gaps. I'm saying high school, middle school. I'm not saying after, right? Because I chose to do that, right? But what I wasn't taught when I was growing up was um, fixed. Let's just say it like that. Going through those certifications. This is a skinny carrot. Let me forget. I want to have skinny little pieces in there if I'm gonna, boil the carrots for a while. Let me scooch this to the back a little more evenly. Hello. So I'm never too worried about how I was nurtured. Going back to that part, I'm always a student of life. I said that in high school, but I'm forever a student of life, right? Always learning, always willing to see the bigger picture. And when your ego or that wounded inner child is there, sometimes you don't want to learn. Sometimes you want to just go into fight or flight mode. And that's the quickest way that you know that you have a wounded inner child. When you are triggered very easily or very quickly, that's the ego speaking. And you go into fight or flight mode for too long, your immune system suffers. So there's a huge boom in people talking about nervous system regulation right now. And I'm very happy to hear people talking about this because in mental health care services, they skip that. They skip, this is how my nervous system is around these people. Maybe having conversations about communication and respect isn't what I need to do because this person just makes my whole body feel uncomfortable. So why am I around them? Why am I even putting this effort in and all this, mature actions when I could just say, hey, let me listen to my body and heal my nervous system and walk away. But so many, it's a skinny piece. So many people are not taught that. And a psychologist is also not going to teach you about the mind and gut connection, so they're not even going to question, hey, is this person who's coming in with an anxiety and depressive disorder, as they like to call it, disorder, is this person eating regular healthy foods? Are they getting enough vitamins and minerals so that their brain properly functions, right? Are they getting enough exercise and sunlight, vitamin D, so that they don't go into a depressive state or feel like they can't take care of themselves, right? Because the word the phrases crippling depression, depression and anxiety should not even be a thing, right? And I guarantee you, if you're someone who emails me with the need for one-on-one consulting, you will get life coaching and personal training, and you will get just methods on how to naturally heal yourself with Buddhism, with herbalism, and with that knowledge of the mind-body connection, right? And for me, someone who has shamanic bloodline, excuse me, focusing on this carrot, this vein looking piece. If you're someone who's from a shamanic bloodline, right, like I am, you're someone who has to do things in relation to what is natural, the natural order of things. So, confirmation, excuse me. So, excuse me again, you're someone who spends a lot of time in nature. You're someone who works with nature a lot. You're someone who looks at the bigger picture. We said the bigger picture before, but the bigger picture of what's going on with this person spiritually. Why is it so hard for this person to walk away from this relationship? What type of ties energetically does this person have to this job or to this family, to this person, right? Again, we want to look at things from the bigger picture, because you could say, I have kids with them, I love them, their whole family loves me, but it's not working out. And I'm like, okay, well, what is your body telling you? What is your spirit telling you? Have you gotten guidance from, God, from the universe, from spirit, from source, from the creator? What have you done to try, to understand this from a spiritual perspective? And then to put it all together, we would talk about the auras and look at what's in your aura, what emotions are coming up for you regularly, what thoughts are coming into your head regularly, right? What environments are you in regularly? What is affecting your energy and your aura? And what is your body and spirit telling you about what you're going through, right? Because someone, and again, not to shame people, right? But if you're someone who is going to come to me and say, well, I'm anxious, or my stomach hurts, or I can't sleep at night, or I really love this person, but they're not treating me right. Like, those things are very simple, quick fixes to me, right? Very simple. I'm going to just look at some techniques and ask you a bunch of questions, and we're going to get to the bottom of it in like 3 sessions. Versus someone who's in an abusive domestic violence relationship, that's going to take a little bit longer to heal your nervous system and to get into a safe environment, right? Versus someone who is the black sheep of their family, right? Who had to deal with a lot of abuse, who had to deal with relationships that reflected their family. Someone who went through, either narcissistic abuse or emotional abuse, right? Physical abuse, sexual abuse, all those things. That's going to take years to fix because your fascia is affected, not just your nervous system. And your nervous system and your brain are wired a certain way after dealing with people and experiences and trauma for so long, right? But honestly, if you're willing to change, and if you're willing to go through certain measures and as some people might say, extremes, but to me it's just living in harmony with nature. It's the fact that we have not been in harmony with nature for so long makes the method seem extreme, right? Because to someone hearing you have to take 3 spiritual baths, that might seem extreme to someone who's never looked into nervous system regulation or spiritual practices, right? And for someone, I might just recommend, hey, become a monastic and do a monastic retreat for a few weeks to a few months, right? Because I know if I were to do that, that would help me tremendously right now. And if you're a Buddhist, you already know that a lot of suffering or attachments to things come from, the way that we live, the way that we value things, the way that we place certain expectations on others or on a job or on a relationship, right? On a financial gain. And then we get so attached to status and money and facing. Like, does the way that the way that my lifestyle faces society or faces people or faces, sorry, that's a stalking term. But is the way that my life looks outwardly, is the way that my appearance looks outwardly, is that something that reflects being successful or being stable, right? And then shaman, Buddhist, Hindu, spiritual, awakened person practice here, African spirituality, all those things that I've looked into, it's like, none of that matters. Why did you even think that weighs more than your soul or your mind? Right? A lot of people don't know that their value is in their energy, is in the way that they give things attention. And when they stop giving it attention, boom, that problem just goes away. And they can move on. And this is Skinny Cat. I love these carrots. Wow. Juicy. Juicy, juicy. And I'm going to check on the laundry after this, actually, because it's 3:01, but I'm going to finish doing these carrots. Like I said, I didn't know how long it was going to take. I didn't think I would finish this in an hour, but I also didn't think that cutting up carrots would take more than an hour. So, yeah. Thank you for bearing with me, though. I'm trying to entertain while talking as well, but I'm going to just let what I said breathe. And y'all hear the music. It's too thick. And also, just really quick point here, people don't spend enough time with themselves. So, this is a form of meditation for me. This is a form of relaxation in a way, because I'm doing something different. I'm taking care of myself, and I'm also able to let my mind just think freely. And anything in terms of meditation that you do right? You could be walking outside, you could be writing in a journal, you could be sitting in silence. You, oh shoot. You could be cutting up carrots, but that is a form of meditation. Meditation itself is just a practice that you do that allows your mind to freely wander and just think without interruptions. So some people, me too, right? But some people, folding laundry is meditative for them. Like I said, some people going for a walk um, and just thinking certain things, like counting to 100, counting to 10, counting to whatever it is, right? Um, that's a meditative practice for them to just walk and count. Um, and some people, sun gazing is a meditative practice for them. And they feel really calm and they find connections and they're able to think and just be. And, um, you know, this is it for me as well. Chopping up carrots and talking about whatever's coming to surface, coming to mind, while this beautiful music, flute music, plays. And I think it's like running water in the background too. The pictures, the Buddha playing a flute is so cute. Oh wait, I already have this carrot. Ah, forgot for a second. And multitasking, as you saw, is the opposite of meditation. It does not let your mind wander or flow freely like the river or stream does. But you see, I corrected myself. Oh, I have a carrot over here. I don't need to reach for another one yet. Peace. Goodness. I've been trying to get the smaller or skinnier pieces. Now these are all chunky, thick carrots. But also this process would be faster if I were standing up because of the force behind it, like the cutting force behind it. Yeah, I have too much carrots up here now. But you can see how brown it is, like, orangey brown up top. This is literally from the shavings outside of the carrot. So this is why I'm doing this. Taking the ashy, brown, whitish pieces of skin off. Okay, here we go. Okay. Go back over there. Alright. So, probably like 20 carrots left. Not an exact head count, but it's not too much. And as y'all saw, I did not throw away any carrots. So, making sure The money is not wasted. Because to me, honestly, fruits and vegetables are expensive. Like, the receipt was still in the bag for the stuff like the blueberries and the cucumber, and then they got a sweet potato also. I didn't ask for that, but you know, sweet potatoes are good for you, vitamin K especially, right? And apples. But I was like, geez, a little, you know, this one carton of blueberries is $5.12, you know? So, cucumbers I think are like less than $1, but I ate a whole cucumber, you know, last night. So it's not something that lasts long with me. um, so yeah, don't even get me started about grapes though. My goodness, grapes, cherries, blueberries, like the antioxidant stuff is expensive. Wonder why, right? But bananas are cheap. Cucumbers are cheap. In respect to the other prices of, you know, fruits and vegetables. I think melons are expensive, but that's just me. I know avocados, like the stuff that they say is organic, like literally, just my goodness, like they'll put that on top of it and slap another dollar, just because organic avocado, organic. What's another one that they do organic stuff with? Like organic, spinach, organic. It's like salad stuff I'm thinking of, but y'all know what I'm talking about if you've shopped, you know. It's like organic apples, organic salad stuff, organic, you know, fruits and vegetables. And they just hike up the price. It's a little bit strange to me, but I'm also someone who literally barters and trades sometimes, you know? Like there's a donation box in our community, and I, you know, brought canned food or brought, you know, stuff in the house that was about to expire or processed foods that they would bring here. So, yeah. In exchange, like there was a can of beets, like when there was like a can of beets. So after a while, it went from me just donating stuff and, you know, bringing stuff like clothes or knickknacks or, again, food that was not being eaten, to, let me trade. Let me, you know, grab this bag of lentils that you can't find at the store. Let me get this organic, you know, whatever. Let me get this can of beets. You know, and it's cool how I would manifest things in a way, and Spirit would be like, go to the donation box. I'd be like, I want a can of pears, and be like, go to the donation box, and bam, there's a can of pears there. So yeah, so I learned a few different things, but down the hush, look. Boy, some of these carrots have been mangled. Oof. Honestly didn't think that these carrots were that dirty until after looking at their shavings and such. So if I didn't do this and didn't do the shavings, it would just be something, you know, that, as they say, boost your immune system. funny enough. But yeah, I'm almost done with it now. So we can move on from the carrots. Woo. The onions are gonna be a bit challenging though. Bit stinky. I was gonna make some tea earlier, but really I just woke up and got straight to doing like chores and stuff that I've been putting off. So, who's that? Thick pieces. Oh my gosh. This one got marked up. Sheesh. And you know the other funny part, not haha, but like funny because I have proof type of thing, is no matter what negative things people would say about me or like projections, I'm literally someone who minds my business. Like, I pick up litter, there's video of that. I go to the park and go for walks, there's video of that. You know, I bring stuff to the donation box. There's video proof of me walking back from a donation box and then talking. Just like this, like I'm peeling carrots and listening to meditative flute music, you know? So if people want to have projections, want to talk whatever nonsense about me, or try to talk about my character, it's like, this is who you're talking about. Someone who literally has a whole online persona that they show the real opinions and the real perspectives and the real sense of what they do, you know? Like, I have videos where I'm just walking and talking outside, talking about life. A whole live stream of me watching the sunrise and talking about what I was going through. A whole video post of me sun gazing and drinking tea and talking outside. Just like this one now. Like I would do YouTube shorts of me talking about food or showing things that I made with trendy sounds. But it's like this is who I am. Literally, this is who I am. I don't have kids. I don't have a marriage. I don't have any pets. The only thing I really have is credit card debt at the moment, so I rely on family, and I live a simple life. Again, I don't even have a phone bill, and I don't pay a mortgage or rent. I don't have to pay to exist. I get paid to exist. So that's something that I'm glad that I was able to do and switch this year. And I haven't worked a job since I got laid off from a family business in February. So I was laid off, well, technically, the same as all those government contractors and employees. So I felt, that experience of getting laid off at the beginning of this year, just not, in the same way, but I felt that lack of stability and, questioning your entire move forward, so to speak. And it's really, I almost said the F word, but it's really messed up how people are trying to tie their mental stability to money and just put all of these things, tying together. Hey, you're not going to have access to the outside world if you don't have a job. And it's like, well, who said that? Right? Or stuff with being online, digital banking, being on social media. Like they tie so much of self-worth to being chronically online and knowing what others are talking about. And it's like, I don't feel more mentally stable by doom scrolling and looking up drama and seeing all the negativity that's happening. Like, heck no. So instead of just outright quitting social media, because I do still want to have a platform, right? I still do want to be, able to be depending on social media, being a YouTuber. Like, again, that was my thing. But now that I'm here, it's like, oh, it's a lot different than I thought. And doesn't pay as much as I thought. I am an influencer. I am a YouTuber, but it's different than, what it was a decade ago. So, 2 decades ago, even. YouTube is not that old, So it's constantly evolving and progressing, but it's a lot going on, again, with technology in the world right now. So I really hope we get into green versions of things, or helping, fight climate change, and instead of speeding it up, right? We don't want global warming to be a headline when we get older. 27, I don't want to really worry about global warming or climate change for my entire life, and someone, again, who sees the web of life and takes care of nature. It's not something that I want to stress out about and just constantly feel for what we're doing on this planet. Honestly, I feel like it's a certain degree of violence that is about to happen to even get people back to, hey, I want to just live a regular life. I don't want to have to be tied up to all this corporate, whatever, all these subscriptions, all these new things to keep up with, all this ads and shows, and literally just distractions. Like, we don't need it, and it's scattering our minds. So the body takes a toll. But I'm also someone who would just really like to have fun in life again. Because, me in solitude, in hermit mode, as people would call it, isn't sustainable past a year or two. So I do still want to be online. Like I said, I do want to help people. I do want to form community. But, I don't want to feel like I'm someone who's just giving all their energy. I would like to have people pour into me as well, So yeah. Almost filling it up. Very big amount of carrots in there. And then I might cut up some pears and actually put it in this container, because the bags are for the soup. I just reflected on that. I was like, oh yeah, I put that aside for the soup to go into section, bags for quantity, right? But the bananas can go into and then put in the freezer, and then I'm gonna reuse that container again, like I said earlier, for the blueberries. I'm gonna leave the apples and cucumbers and grapes, but the pears can definitely fit in here. So, literally on the last 2 carrots. Huh? Woo! And I'm totally fine with this being a longer stream. Oh, I guess my little brother is here now. He just looked at me from the window. We went back to the car. What is going on? I'm done with the carrots! Yay! Oh my gosh. Goodness. And 325. Woo-wee! Alright. So I'm gonna check on the laundry, and I'm just gonna mute this, honestly. Oh, I forgot I had it muted. So I'm gonna just go ahead and knock out the bananas because I realized if I cut onions and then bananas, it would definitely affect the flavor, right? So, check the laundry and all that other stuff. It's 3:30 almost. So I'm gonna reuse this for the blueberries. Put it right next to this sink. So I don't forget. Well, okay, let me do something else. Move these onions out of the way completely. I don't know if y'all can see, but counter space here, right? Limited counter space right now. So I have to do some musical chairs really quick. So you could stay right here next to the blueberries in the sink. And I'm just gonna rinse it and put it back into the containers after I cut everything. And then, as mentioned before, I'm gonna cut up the bananas and put them in here for smoothies. And then I'm gonna cut up the onion and then the butternut squash. But if I'm hungry before doing the butternut squash, I'll take a meal break. So, yeah. Again, I don't know how long this will take. So, right? I don't really need the cutting board for that, but I'm gonna put all the bananas next to each other. And then let me grab this bag. The bag fell in the trash can. So let me tilt this up a little more. Now that I'm not sitting down. See? Yeah, y'all can still see me. Okay. So I'm gonna chop up. Wait, it's not in frame. Ooh! Hold on. Did that light make a difference? I don't think it did really. The window's open right next to me. Yeah, you can see it. So yeah, I'm just gonna stand up and cut these to just make it go a little quicker. I did want to eat at least before sundown, so it'll just be a day of me fasting. So yeah. Yeah, y'all can see it. Okay. So. When I had the third container like this, I would just put 2 bananas in a container. Actually, this pieces are too thick. Hold on. Hold up. So I could portion it, but I'm just gonna use these 2 for now and dice it into smaller pieces, so I don't use too much. And as y'all can see, I love making smoothies and eating plant-based. Oops. So this is also a stream of me practicing what I preach. And big chillin'. Alright, so we're on the second banana here. Just cutting it thinner this time around. But keeping it together in these, little block sections or train sections, you can tell, hey, this is a whole banana. Besides that little piece I just ate. But, yeah. So, now this is done, actually. Wait a minute, hold on. Let me see if there are any more containers I could use. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep it. It's 3, because I was like, maybe I could do a plastic baggie. But I was like, nah, I'm gonna leave the containers for the hardier stuff. And leave the baggies for the soup. Because I remembered that I have kale in the other container in the freezer. So I was like, oh, that's where that one went. Actually, yeah, I'm going to keep 2 bananas out. Let them get a little softer. And just keep the 2 in the container. Because I'm like, I don't think I would be portioning it correctly if I put 3 personally. So let me just leave it as such. Ooh, slippery thing. Man, I went to stir around the blueberries. There's a little leaf in there. I did not notice that before. Oh, I chopped off a little banana piece. Whoops. Alright. As y'all can see, I'm eating little food scraps here and there. So my little bit. Oh man. Just dropped the whole banana on the floor. Okay. No lint on it, nothing. Clean floor, thankfully. Ugh, my goodness. All I did was have this chair over here. Where it just fell off. Honestly, I don't even know how it fell off. So I'm not even paying attention to that. Okay, so now y'all saw how quickly the bananas took. So, bam, ready for smoothies. And this is my kale for smoothies. Yeah. It's my kale. And sometimes I would put this in egg scrambles, either kale or spinach cooked. Alright. Okay, so now let's do the pears. Let me see if they fit in here, and then the onions. Because I wanna eat a pear. Actually, I am a little peckish. And look at this. Look at the pears they got, right? I'm gonna actually take it out of the tripod. Look at these beautiful pears, right? Right, look, nice and green. And then look at the second bag. This is a little bruised, but oh my gosh, this is like on its last leg type of pear. Ugh. And I'm not gonna waste it, obviously. I'm gonna eat that one immediately. But I was like, that is crazy. Anyway. So I'm gonna cut the good, more ripe pears. Hold on, let me put this back in there. Two. Look at that. And then I'm gonna eat this one, obviously, right now. Right in a minute. So I need to rinse these. Put it back on the bag. And it's crazy because looking back at how I used to not like pears or blueberries when I was younger, and now it's like, wow, food is great for you. I love it. I love food that's great for you. You know, gut microbiome things. So it's just interesting, you know, how your taste buds evolve over time and whatnot. I'm gonna put the light on for this though because the sun has changed positions. Yeah. So just gonna go ahead. Yeah, these are firm pears. So I'm gonna go ahead. Oh. Take the little stickers off and the skin. Yeah, y'all can see. Just move it a little more. Yeah, y'all can see. Yeah. All right. So I'm actually gonna do it from the bottom to peel it easier, and from top down because it's not, you know, like a cucumber, just more straight. Pear-shaped body. I remember, like, in health and PE class, they were talking about body shapes and compare it to, like, fruit. You know, for, like, talking about puberty and stuff. I have an apple-shaped body. I have a pear-shaped body. I have a triangle-shaped body. Like, all this silly stuff we did not need to even focus on. The only real time where you should, like, look at your body shape and, you know, put more than a minute of thought into it is when you're picking out clothes. So, food for thought. Some food for thought. don't want to take too much of the fruit off the skin. I would really enjoy like carving woodwork if it was as easy as, you know, carving fruit, peeling fruit. I had so much fun at a birthday party I went to once, and because it was like they RSVP'd a forgot the name of it really, but it was a crafting shop. So we got to make plates and mugs and like decorative things. So I gifted the plate to my mother, but it was like kind of wintry Christmas theme. So there's like some mistletoe holly, I think is what it's called, on like, you know, a corner is a little decorative piece, and then I think it's a snowman or something, snowflakes behind it, like not behind it, but you know, as the design on the plate. So it does look, you know, like a kid made it for sure, but if I were to do that again today, I would still find it interesting. Because, you know, they would bake the stuff. They bake the plates and the mugs and bowls and all the stuff you made and decorated in the store. And you just, you know, wait. I forgot how long, you know, but you would just wait however long it took and then take it home after. So that was such a cool birthday party. I'll never forget that. And it was, you know, all girls, all little girls and their mothers and stuff that came to it. But it was like a lot of our class actually showed up for the birthday party. So it was a little nice little thing. We could all be silly and socialize outside of class. I'm trying to get the stem out. Okay, there it is. It's really in there. Jeez. I might have blocked the food just now. Oh, I need to eat this. Oh, yeah, that's firm. Very firm peach. I meant pear. I don't know why I said peach. But I'm going to cut this up as well. And just dice it. I think I dropped a piece on the floor. Yep. Fell on my shoe. On my zapato. My sandals. I don't know if that was see my feet. A little bit. My toes. My sandals. Yeah, that was a really cool birthday party idea. I love arts and crafts, truly. Maybe just move this over there and that's it. But having like blueberries, papaya, pears, pineapple, well, more alkaline fruits, right? But having that first thing in the morning with a little bit of honey and hemp seeds or hemp hearts is really good for digestion, and it's a meal in itself. Because you have the protein, you have the seeds, you have the protein, you have the fiber, and you have, you know, something that is watery and a little sweet. Pears, blueberries, apples, again papaya, peaches, nectarines, stuff like that. I kind of name stuff that's not too sugary, because like having, you know, grapes or cherries, melon, first thing that would be very sugary. I think papaya might be a little high in content, but it does make up for it. Like it literally fights off free radicals, you know. So just like pineapple does. It's stuff that you eat first thing in the day to boost your immune system is the point I'm making. Eating around the seeds. But if you have your fiber first thing in the morning, you'll be able to eat anything perfectly fine, later on in the day. I'm trying to make them like actually diced like little chunks. So you can use a spoon or a little, utensil. Because I eat out of sort of baby utensil a lot of times. Because I just like it, inner child thing. But it's just easy to clean and eat with. So, oh yeah, this is the bottom. Pears are so good, bro. So glad my taste buds evolved or changed as I got older. I tried to just pull out the stem, but it's maybe I should twist it to get it out. Ah, there we go. That worked much better. Much better than what I was doing before. And honestly, you could reuse any of your food scraps and just, put it into smoothies or something for extra fiber if you wanted to, for real. Like using fruit skin, fruit peels, or the carrot peels. But I just know that the way that our food is produced, sometimes they put wax on it or, certain chemicals to keep it longer. Like, I'm not going to say fresher, because I don't think putting a chemical on something really makes it fresher, but to just make it last longer on the shelf or en route to going to stores, like the whole food industry stuff, instead of just farm to table like how it should be. But yeah, not to get on a rant, I just don't eat the skin off of fruits a lot of times. I think apples are the exception, but you could literally see the wax off of apples, And when you're washing it or soaking it, it's very important that you make sure your vegetables and fruits are washed, you know? Because just like they do with canned fruit, they have to put some sort of syrup or extra ingredient in there to keep it preserved longer. It's not like they just put it in vinegar and pickle it, anymore. So it's the same thing they do with some of the fruits and putting waxes on them or spraying them so they could stay in stores longer or fresher for longer. And you could tell what they do it on because obviously they can't do that with avocados, so they expire quicker, and the avocados are not too expensive unless they're bagged and like, oh, it's organic, whatever. But avocados, like, where you get to pick them, they're like, cheapest I've seen was 80 cents, I think, but they're not normally more than $1. I haven't gone avocado shopping since the summer, personally, but the ones here are just in bags, so that's what I'm saying. Yeah, anyway, these pears are very nice. But these are firm for sure, so I'm gonna wait a few days to eat them. And then also after you, take the peel off, cut the stem, the fruit will, mature quicker. Let's just say that. So if I wait more than a few days, these might turn a little brown. It's just very relaxing, very meditative. I really hope they don't copyright this live because of the background music that I've been using. such a good knife for this, for cutting fruit. Like glides right through it. It's good because you don't want to be holding your fruit for too long, because then you're gonna get, you know, the stuff from your hands. Either if your hands are sweaty, if your hands have moisture or whatever, you know, on it. You don't want to be holding fruit for too long when you're peeling it. So it's a good knife to use. But I actually do have a little bit of juice on my hand, so I don't want my hand to get sticky. Alright, now we get to dice this pear up. Oh, it's had a little bit of skin on it still. Okay. Do from the bottom up. And again, just trying to cut it to where I can use a spoon or, you know, that little baby fork to eat it with. And, you know, also if I don't combine like two fruits and have it with the honey and hemp hearts, I will do one fruit, some honey, hemp hearts, and some nuts. But also you could, you know, use blueberries, bananas, pears, stuff I'm talking about, to just top your oatmeal if you eat oatmeal in the morning. And, you know, have this plain oatmeal. So no sugar, no syrups, no extra whatever nonsense. And then I just put the toppings. And I even stopped eating peanut butter, and I went to the powdered peanut butters for, you know, like oatmeal or smoothies, more so smoothies. At one point in time, I used to always eat banana peanut butter chocolate smoothies with protein powder. But powdered protein does not upset my stomach. Whoops. And the brands that do powdered protein versus regular, you know, peanut butter, I guess, don't use things like seed oils, cottonseed oil, grapeseed oil, preservatives, right? It's just dried. So they're like, use it before this date, right? But yeah, I literally threw up one time where I added this like little cup of Jif, that still has a chunk on it, peanut butter into my smoothie, and I threw up the whole smoothie because my stomach literally couldn't handle the cottonseed that was in that peanut butter. And it wasn't something that I picked out, just before they had gotten a new peanut butter container, peanut butter and jelly stuff. They got the little packet. So, yeah. Crunchy. And obviously, nobody else is gonna eat this fruit or vegetables. Just me. So, I'm fine with, you know, if I lick my hand and touch the pear. Or if I eat something and then touch, you know, the fruit. In case anyone was concerned. I'm like the only one in my family who is mostly plant-based and talks about the benefits of eating plant-based and eliminating sickness and disease from the body through fasting and eating natural herbs, fruits, and vegetables. There's a really good tutorial I have on hibiscus based latte and hibiscus based tea that has like over 1K views on YouTube Shorts that I made. And I was saying how medicinal it is. You know, it's like drinking hibiscus tea is the equivalent today in a store to buying cough syrup or heart medication. So you know, something to look into instead of spending your money on fake stuff. Do a little bit of research and do the natural way, right? And I've been doing this stuff for years. So, in another live recently, I was saying how I've been changing my diet for the last 10 years. You know, since being awakened to the whole food industry and the way that society is set up. So, you gotta try. Some things work, some things don't work, some things are just seasonal. So, oh, I thought the thing was over. It just took that pause to. I was like, wow, picked a long video. But again, this fruit peel would be great for composting. Or if you just want some more, insects, ants to come to a certain area, just put it outside. Put it against the wall. Put it against the sidewalk. Against, some plants you already have outside and bring some more. I'm just thinking this area there's a lot more ants because of the dumpsters and things that are nearby. So you get more ants, cats, like stray cats, stuff like that would come if you put stuff outside. Um, but yeah, sometimes I just bring this to the park and let the little squirrels or butterflies or birds, all the stuff there get to it. Like I put some dried cranberries the other day around the trees. Um, I was like, thank you. It's my little offering. Oh, my knee. Itchy knee. pair is ready to dice. This is a firmer pair for sure. I don't want it to slip out of my hand. Okay. You see, it's almost full here. Oops. So I'm gonna keep dicing it. So skin peel. Keep dicing it, right? And I believe that, you know, the third one will be fine, right? You know, the relationships and the people that I want to attract for community or just long-term relationships, I want them to be the same, right? I want them to value plants, fruits, vegetables, and know how medicinal they are. I don't want to even have a friend that's like, oh yeah, I'm, you know, still eating meat. You know, when I'm not really into that lifestyle, I eat fish sometimes, but I'm not going to be friends long term with someone who's like, yeah, I love eating cows and ribs and bacon. Like, no. I don't even like going out to eat or, you know, sitting around a table with people who eat just because, you know, chicken was on sale or whatever. Oh, so good. This pear is so good. It's 4:07. I'm getting hungry now. Okay, I'm trying not to eat the seeds. Here. Yeah. Pears are so good. Pears are slept on for real. Alright. Yeah, the lid will still go on like that. Okay, so boom. My hand is juicy. 3 pears. Nice and diced. Okay. What we got so far, right? Then after this, again, we're gonna dice those onions. Yeah. I'm gonna leave this till tomorrow. Bro. Yeah, just leave it in the bag and eat it for my breaking up fast. So I don't have to worry about it right now. Just put it back with the 2 bananas that are waiting to ripen. And like I said before, I'm gonna twist this bag. I'm gonna eat this pear right now. So yeah. And then if the laundry is ready, take out the laundry or just, you know, check on it. Because the dryer, owie, do not cut towards yourself. That's what happens. I took that risk. Owie. The dryer is like right behind this wall in the garage. So if it goes off, I'll hear it. Unlike the washer where you just have to, check by time, kind of. This is such a bruised pear, my goodness. Some of it might be brown, I'll be honest. So that's why I'm cutting this and eating it right now. It's even, it's soft to the touch. So I don't want to give it another day. Already gave it a day yesterday. Yeah. It's a little brown, so we're gonna have to. Ooh, yeah, that did not look good. Do a little, surgery. I guess. But I still want oatmeal for real. I don't know. I might make it later, but I have some stuff left over that I want to, finish. Some split peas and quinoa, and then I have some seasoned, with spices, rice. And some coconut milk in there. I wanna use. I was gonna make a curry, but I was like, I need to finish my leftovers. Ooh, excuse me, and handle. Excuse me. Oh my gosh, and handle this produce. Because I've also been saying I want to do a fast, like a soup fast, for a few days. And then yesterday I got cucumbers. I'm like, oh, I just want to eat cucumbers. And I'm like, wait, let me actually plan this and not just say it, Because even if I fast, I still have to make sure, the electrolytes and water levels are good. So I would drink tea or water first thing in the morning. So yeah, I've had 2 little mugs of water. So that reminds me to drink some more, actually. I've had 2 cups of this. But yeah, intermittent fasting is good for your body, especially if you're someone who has autoimmune issues, or you want to say digestion issues. You definitely want to be having more water-based fruits and vegetables, and you want to make sure you're having enough iron and manganese so that your body can expel properly and that your muscles and your bones do not take a negative effect. Do not take a negative hit from what you're doing. Which is why I said add hemp hearts to the fruits and stuff that you have if you're having that first thing in the morning. But also, that's why I like having smoothies, because you can just put a bunch of stuff, like concoct a bunch of things, and just drink it. Alright. This is my first thing I'm eating fully today. Woo! It's a little sour, actually. A little kick to it. Pear juice would slap. very good. You see, most of the pear was fine. Just some little, brown pieces. Oh. Bottom piece up. Yeah, the seeds are in here. Oh, oops. Kicked it accidentally. Oh, I'm gonna adjust the tripod again. Get some water. This stuff. All little baggies together. Okay, this is what we're gonna put the stew stuff in once we dice and separate it, right? So here, and then we're gonna do the onions after this, right? This is the order of operations. So, then the big butternut squash later. But I'm gonna sit down and finish this so I don't accidentally kick the tripod again. These onions are so smelly. Pungent is the word. Onions are very pungent. This pear is really good though. Despite the outside. Oh boy, was that bruised up. Whew. Oh, a little sour. My goodness. Pear has a kick to it. I don't recall pears being like this juicy. Oh, someone slipped off the thing. Man, pears are slept on for real. This whole like meal prep section is like ASMR. Funny enough. There's a seed in there. Okay. Yep. All right. Delicious. Get all the juice off my fingers. Oh, okay. Now for the brave part here. I'm gonna cut these onions. Actually, I have to peel a few of them. These few. But boy, here we go. Okay, hold on. Oh. Okay, this meditation music is about to be up too. Oh yeah, I need to turn on the med. So I don't cry. You're definitely gonna sit for this one though. Thank you for the like. I appreciate it. The fourth like. So yes. Get into it. Oh, okay, you gotta do it. Gotta peel the onion. Okay, this layer off. Right. This is literally how I think of when the emotions and uncomfortable things, come to the surface for me. I'm like, okay, you gotta peel off this layer. You can't rip off the layer. You gotta let it, naturally come off. Excuse me, confirmation right there. Okay, here we are. Actually, I'm gonna put them in this bag after I dice it. So then I could separate it after. But I don't have like a container to put it in, so when they're done, I'm just gonna into there, right? Okay, so this is peeled now. This first. Got the method I just set up. Alrighty. And some people use this layer. I'm just not going to because of how it looks. Like, I don't want to say dented or like it's rotten, but it just, I don't want to take a chance, in case that stuff, we're not supposed to eat. But you can see like some chunks of it is perfectly fine, right? So put that aside. But yeah, not gonna take a chance on all of it. In this layer, see it's brown on the outside there. So yeah, just being cautious, being safe. But again, some people literally just put this on the grill and let the heat, boil off the bacteria. So no judgment if you eat the peel as is. You just wash it and cook it. It's totally fine too. It's your immune system, your body, right? Take a piece off too. There we go. But yeah, some of it is like sticking to the actual, peel still. So I want to make sure that, just like with the carrots, with that weird debris, layer, ashiness, as I like to call it, I wanted to get it off there to just make sure I'm not having dirty, food. Yeah, this side too. Putting it with the peels is honestly so smart because it does not stink as much in that bag with it together. So, oh, yeah, this is really sticking to this layer. So, I just literally had to pinch my fingers to get that layer off. Oy. Okay, this looks pretty decent, but you can see like there's like little holes of brown, dark purple spots. So that's what you want to look out for. And just a caution, I'm not a nutritionist, I'm not a doctor. As a personal trainer certification, holder, you just give advice and nutritional facts. You cannot tell people, hey, eat this to do this, and meal prep for people. You can just give them advice and health nutrition facts. Alright? Just to legally clear myself, because that was a big thing in the class. They're like, you don't have, permission to legally, do certain things. You can just give advice. You cannot set up a meal plan for people. You cannot meal prep for them. You can give advice on how to cook, on how to eat certain things, the nutritional facts, and what can help people with meal prepping. But if I were to do more than that, technically I'd be stepping into nutritionist territory. And I am knowledgeable enough to be a nutritionist. Oh my gosh, see? Look at that. I literally just tried to move that piece off of the counter and then smudged it because it was soft and mushy. Hold on. This is a sponge. There we go. Sponge it off. There we go. Totally worked. Sip my water before I really get into this. Oh, I don't want to cry. 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 I only put the vent on the low setting, so I'm really really hoping that this works out the way that I'm planning this. Please. Yeah, sounds good. You guys can see everything. It's just the fact that since I'm sitting down, I'm closer to the onion, so, yeah. Oh, sacrifices I made, but I'm going to try to do this quickly. Because it's 5 onions and then this leftovers I didn't eat yesterday. I also try to have onions and garlic like every day for a while, and it was helping, but I was like, I need to have that variety of food as well. So I was doing certain types of fasting and cleansing, and I needed to have probiotics, so I was having garlic and onions with the fish I had cooked, or with the eggs I had cooked, or, the lentils, whatever it was. I was just trying, different things, right? It has onion juice. Getting cut. But now I kind of slowed down on that. And I was also just trying to make sure that I did not let the food go bad, so that's why I was saying I was eating it almost every day. Okay, half of this layer is good. Half of this feels good. I want to get translucent, thin pieces of onion in here. Yeah, that's the end piece. Okay. Yeah. I also like doing onion chunks, cutting in chunks, so that it cooks at a certain time. I want to be able to dice up garlic or dice up onions and then something else afterward before putting in eggs when I would do the egg scrambles. So I like to have the stuff cut or prepped in certain quantities so that I could cut it, put it on there, leave it for a few minutes, and it not burn or completely shrivel up, with the level of heat that I use. So I like just not having to dice onions or mince onions. So doing
these big chunks. And like I would literally leave it like this if I were baking fish in the oven. I would put the fish and chunks of onions because I know that by the time 25 minutes was up, the onions would still be decent. But when I would do like minced or like finely diced onions and put it in the oven, it would literally like almost burn. And yeah, and it was just like crisp onion crisps. Let me check. Alright, so the plan is working. My eyes are stinging a little bit, but let me point the bag that way. Oh my gosh! Yep. Okay, let me get this crusty piece off the top. Okay. Yep, we're in here. We're definitely in here. They're starting to water. But actually, was this the same? Oh yeah, this is a bottom piece. Okay, let me keep. I just looked at that. I was like, wait. I am gonna use that bottom piece. So it's like cutting once and then another time. That's it. I don't want to have it unravel and just be stringy either. So try to just cut it all together. But whoo boy. Just cut this in half. Huh. And I also saw videos where people were doing like cutting up cabbage and onions and then putting paint over it and doing like little designs or like food art with it. And I thought that was so cool. Someone did the same with like a pomegranate. Oh my gosh, look at it. I was like, oh, it's a little wrinkly. Literally not a good piece at all. Holy crap. So glad I caught that. Wow. Yeah. Okay, see it. And that's interesting because it's the inner layer. It's like 3 layers deep. Wow, that's not good at all. Oh my gosh. Let me see. Okay, I'm just going to keep the outer layer. Oh my gosh. That's actually crazy how that looks. Woo! Glad I caught that. But as you can see, my eyes are open. I have to, as they say, keep your eyes peeled. But that was crazy. It's like the 3rd layer of the onion is bad. I don't think I've ever seen that. Meal prep. Crazy. Actually, I need to check my phone charge. This is 3 hours. Okay, this is good. It's not below 50% yet, which is surprising because oh my god, been on live for 3 hours and 15 minutes. So I genuinely might start tearing up now. Like, oh my god. Woo. Oh man. Okay. Woo. Okay. I need to just bump this up. I'm sorry. I know you might not hear the background music, but oh my gosh, this is strong. Another white piece. Woo! Woo! Okay. Just random pieces of this onion. Okay. Sorry, I'm not good a lot. Alright,
bag is literally.
pointing towards the bag now. So. And honestly, you could use a thicker knife to cut onions with. I wanted to keep it simple, and this is a sharp knife. But I could use a bigger knife and kind of saw it or hack it, I think is the term, a little more. But yeah. Anyway, let's not take our time cutting onions, Jazziel. Woo-wee. Yay. 3 onions down. 2.5 to go. Beautiful. Alright. Woo! And see, if I didn't do this meal prep today, some of the, stuff that I'm chopping would have gone bad. But I made it a point to be like, you know what? Just went shopping and dropped off this produce again. Let me look at all the stuff that I have for produce. And like I said, if you're not going to eat it right away, just chop it up, put it in the freezer. You know? Get the value and your money's worth. Alright? Holy, it's like a thick piece. Oh! Man, the smell is gnarly. Ugh, I'm so glad that you're just watching, not smelling. Woo! Ooh, we're not gonna cry. We're not gonna cry. We're not gonna cry. Whew. Okay, okay. Oh, my eyes want to tear up. Okay. Almost done. Almost done. Almost done. Woo! Honestly, this is a test in itself. Like, how much do I really want onions? You know? Woo! Very pungent. Ooh! My eyes are tearing up. Oh my gosh. My eyes are tearing up for real. Oh my gosh. Okay, okay, okay. Oh. Yo. Oh my god. Oh. I'm trying to touch my face. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah. It's got to me now. Ah. Oh my gosh. Ah. Okay, okay. Okay, okay, one more. Oh my god. Oh, one more. Bruh, literally. Tearing up. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, just one more onion. One more onion. One more. Try. Oh, this is so pretty. Oh my god. Literally, I'm like, oh, look at this cute little onion flower in it drops. It's on the floor. Okay. Oh my gosh, this is so gnarly. Okay, okay, okay. Keep my glasses off. Oh my gosh, that was crazy. Not want to cry like that. Man, you gotta pay the price for onions, for real. Oh. Goodness. Boy, the bottom pieces are thick. Okay, okay. I really wonder if y'all can still hear the background music or not. I'm sorry, excuse me. Those pure pears just came up. Those middle pieces. Okay. Look at that. That's so beautiful, bro. Okay. We gotta get through this last onion. No more crying. Do this last onion, please. Oh, please. Oh, please. Actually, that first one is too thick. Oh, alright. Okay. We gotta get through this. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. It hurts. Not saving that piece. Whatever. Fell on the floor. Wasn't meant to be. Ah. It's not like the banana. I'm not saving the onion. It's already sprouting green in it. Well, I don't know if I can see that. It's already green onion. Okay. We're gonna close this freaking bag right now. Oh my god. Tie this scraps bag up. Look at that. All the pears and onions. Boom! Done. Hold on. Let me not have the air in it. Okay. Oh my gosh! That was crazy. Wash my hands, bro. Oh my gosh. Well, y'all can see outside the sun is starting to set. Y'all can see the, hold on. I need to wash my hands first. Like, you can start to see the sun already starting to set on the driveway there. Red light. Oh my god. Blueberries might be ready to go in little containers too. Okay. Oh my gosh. Wow. Crazy. Oh man. Wow, that was nuts. Okay. Y'all can see a little bit. Alright, hopefully y'all saw that. Oh my gosh. It was crazy. I literally almost touched my eye though. I'm sorry, y'all are gonna see some weird angles of my face, honestly. I needed to make sure I wiped down the counter though. After all that shopping. And water based stuff. So this is what we've look at 444 as I look on the clock. This is what I have diced so far. 3 pears, half a bag of carrots, and 5.5 onions. And the bananas that we put in the freezer earlier for smoothies. So now it's just this butternut squash, but I'm gonna wait and do the blueberries and then check on the laundry. And look at this. Oh my gosh. A little bit messy. Yeah, I don't want to get this dirty. Let me see some paper towels.
I have a lot of hand towels in the kitchen, so that whenever you rinse off your hands or just dry, your hands really quickly, you don't have to waste a paper towel. So very eco-friendly, right? My goodness. Don't want to stain your countertops, right? But yeah, after I do the blueberries, I need to check the laundry. So here we are. I'm gonna try to prop it up where y'all can see the more of an overhead view of how I'm doing it, right? Hold on. Let me switch the line. Wait, I can't tell if this overhead light really makes that much of it. Oh yeah, it does make a difference. Okay. Hold on. Let me pull down the blinds a little bit. I want you to see the, definition of it. And also the sun is, Okay, so very cold water that we used earlier. Okay. So, you don't want to soak your fruits for too long when it's berries. I'm just trying to get the little piece of stem off where I see it, but it's totally fine, if you eat a blueberry stem, right? Because this is mostly going to go into smoothies and oatmeal in my mouth. Ooh, those are big juicy ones. Yeah. Thank you to the earth and all those who have helped grow and pick and package this for me. Thank you. You want to give thanks. You want to be grateful for what you eat. So that confirmation dryer buzz. So that, thank you for the likes. Thank you. So that whenever you are eating and consuming your foods, you'll feel good about it, right? Yeah, good energy in it. Sorry, this is like a little leaf I'm trying to get out of there, but it didn't want to come off. And this is the thing. Like, you don't want to do too much and have this completely fall out. So I'm trying to do it slowly. Just let the water drain a little bit. Alright, so most of it's drained. Right, just talking about those hand towels. So now, put it back in the little containers. And I might just, put one in the freezer, one in the fridge. But this is what we're gonna do so we don't drop any fruit. I have to rewash it. Right? I dropped something from basically everything that I cut up except for the carrots. So I'm being careful today. Since technically I am multitasking by being on live, talking, and like doing the stuff with the fruit and the produce. Alrighty. I don't think there are any more leaves now. And these is really firm blueberries. Like, they picked a good one for this. I don't know what happened with the pears, but and there you go. So completely filled up, just like how we got it, right? And just put that on the little. I have a little drying mat for the dishes next to the sink. So yeah, let me drain this a little bit more.
Oh yeah, there's a big stem on this one. It's like a green stem. Yeah, it's good. It's good. This one will just be a little more careful with, now that there's no water and it's less blueberries. Be careful here. And bam, look at that. Another carton of blueberries. Hello. So I think the first one was more filled, but I'm gonna leave this in the fridge and put this one in the freezer. So yeah. There, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'll see you tonight.
See you later. All right. As you heard, my little brother's going to work. So now I can use this bowl for the grapes. Beautiful, delicious grapes. And I literally could eat all of this in one sitting, but I'm not going to. But look how ashy these grapes are. Yeah, we need to wash these. Yeah, I'm gonna stem them first. Yeah, I'm gonna stem this first. Make it easier. There's some weird textures on here. Oh my god. Oh wait, you can see it a little better. Okay, so we are going to now wash the grapes and put them up after. And then, what's it called? Oh yeah, the tumble setting just went off on the dryer, so it's going off again to do another cycle to keep it warm. So yeah, literally, yeah. Let me check on it. Smart dryer. Oh, baby grape. Okay. Woo! Yeah. A little sour. So, here we are. And there he's going. Okay. I'm gonna rinse it first. I don't know what is on the surface of these grapes, honestly. I have no clue. I'm just gonna rinse them. Now, this water was a little bit warm, so yeah, I got all the grapes. Okay, so now we're gonna spray it with the fruit and vegetable wash. You don't have to use too much. I just like coating all of it, and then use a little bit cooler water. You don't want to use hot water or warm water to soak your fruits, especially. So yeah, you only really want to use warmer water when something is dirty and you want to just soak that layer off instead of peeling the layer off, right? So if I were to peel, instead of peeling the carrots, I could have soaked them, but since they were baby carrots, I was like, I didn't feel like that would be effective. If they were bigger carrots, like the longer, ones, I would have used a carrot peeler or soaked them. I'm looking at this tiny little baby grape though. It's so cute. Hold on, let me get it for you guys. The little grapes on the stem, it's so cute. Yep, just like I thought, sour. Woo! Okay, so now that we've washed all the stuff we were gonna wash, and like just looking over, a good example of something you would soak to get the layers off of if it was dirty, right, would be a sweet potato, like something from the ground is what you would want to soak in warmer water, and it's thicker, so the heat, the temperature, let's just say, of the water wouldn't affect the vegetable or the root, you know, versus a grape or a fruit that's mostly water based. It just has juice in it, right? You wouldn't want to use warm water to soak grapes, right? Um, so yeah. I'm just gonna rinse this off really, but I'm not baking it or using it. So I think I might add this to the soups and the stews to have like onions, garlic, lemon, sweet potato, and butternut squash. Um, and potentially I'm thinking about using like peas and quinoa or something like that. But I have a lot of like pea family stuff like split peas, lentils, peas, orange lentils over there, brown lentils that I'm seeing, you know, like on the pantry shelf. So, you know, making stews for this winter is not going to be an issue for me at all, right? But the butternut squash will have to wait till a bit later. I need to check on the laundry and eat something. And the sun is almost set. So, I'm contemplating just cutting the live, you know, right here, but I'm gonna go ahead and put this up so I don't forget. Excuse me. But I'm gonna keep all the stuff on one shelf here, so it doesn't take me a while to get to it. And this is what I was saying before when I was saying I have leftovers that I want to eat before I just meal prep and do the soups. So this is what I was saying. The lentils and quinoa I have here, and then I have a little bit of rice. And before I was doing diced garlic, a little bit of this, like a few scoops, and then some eggs, and like stir frying it. And then, you know, like putting lime juice and seasoning over it. So, yeah, I don't know if I will make the oatmeal. Maybe later. Actually, maybe, you know, later at night. I've been like sleeping in until the afternoons more recently, staying up until like 2, 3 in the morning. With all the changes in the weather patterns and cycles and whatnot. And I'm also like, you know, oh, I want a smoothie, but then it's cold, and I have to wear a hoodie and sweatpants to enjoy a smoothie inside, you know. So today was very productive, though. This live stream, let me say, was productive. I was gonna show my fridge with how I compartmentalize stuff, but I just skipped that. It'd just be explaining to do. And the random stuff in there, you know. I don't want to deal with that. So yeah, I have, currently, I'll just say, I have apples and cucumbers in the bottom that I'm not going to wash. I'll just wash it, you know, peel it whenever I want to use it. And then I was contemplating the lemon, like chopping up the lemon, but I might just juice it, you know, and add it on top after the soup cooks. So I might just do that, because I don't want to have to deal with picking out seeds or skin from the soup if I were to like put it all together like that and let it cook. So yeah, but the seasonings I like for seed or thicker stuff, I would add fennel seeds in with the soup. Fennel seeds are really good for digestion as well. So I remember in the summer I would make a lot of like stuff with rice and put fennel seeds and like more gut microbiome friendly spices versus just adding salt into everything that you cook. And also, I stopped cooking with grapeseed oil and I cook with olive oil. But even that, I've used a lot less to cook with. So, yeah. Wow, the sun is really about to set. It's already set over here where the little plant is. Yeah, let me just close the blinds. So, we're productive today. Yes. I also watered the plant before I started the stream, so this plant is good for another, handful of days. I'm just gonna leave it open for a little bit to make sure the plant gets as much light as there is available. And then, yeah, I hesitate to have oatmeal and the canned peaches because the freaking can opener is being weird. I feel like they make can openers like that on purpose. Like, oh, this is only going to work for a certain amount of time, And then I have this coconut that my family brought from Florida because they're visiting. But I'm like, how am I supposed to open this? I don't have a machete. And my mom pulled out the the drawer and she was like, well, just use a sharp knife and bang the to get the holes on the top, use a sharp knife, get the coconut water out, and then bang this on the concrete to open it. I was like, okay. She's like, yeah, that's what we did in my childhood. I was like, okay, thanks a bunch, type of thing. But yeah, I am gonna go ahead and make the oatmeal later, to be honest. I don't want to have to deal with all that right now. Yeah, I still have to check on the lunch. So yeah, let me just do that so that doesn't go off again. Oh my gosh. I honestly forgot how staticky clothes get when you put it in with the sheets. It's so cold in the garage though, oh my gosh. It'll warm up after that. But yeah, I have going back to the soup thing. There is, and I don't want to make it. Oh no. I don't really want to put rice or lentils in it, so it could be something that's just nutritional fast based. I don't want to do a starchy type of soup. But I do realize that adding sweet potatoes, would make it a little starchy. But anyway, I have like canned green beans over there. I have not been touched in a while. And then this is one of the things I was saying that I saw in the donation box, and I traded. Like, oh, I was gonna drop off something there, but then something cool caught my attention. So this was one of the things, and it's organic legume rice, gluten-free vegan, right? And it's red lentil flour, organic green pea flour, and chickpea flour. And this only takes, it says 9 minutes to cook, and then let's stand for 5 minutes. Okay, so yeah, and then after reading the ingredients, this would make it starchy also. So let me save that. And then there is this like Hunt's tomato sauce, but it has a lot of sodium in it. So I might, just do that in portions. I'm not sure yet. Or whenever I make curry the next time, I'll add some to that instead of tomatoes. But I have these carrots, these canned carrots and peas that I might add to the soup. So, yeah. But adding green beans, I forgot I literally just diced carrots. Silly me. But the peas and the green beans, I could add to that soup, right? And then, what's the other thing? Oh yeah, I was thinking about quinoa, and then I just opened up the cabinet and I saw they had spaghetti sauce, bigger spaghetti sauce containers. So I don't know, I might actually use this because it has this, it says pasta sauce, so it has roasted garlic and onion, but let me read the ingredients. High fructose corn syrup is the third ingredient. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Never mind. Oh, this one doesn't have high fructose corn syrup. Okay, that's good. Okay, so this is garlic and herb. So this it says tomato puree, first ingredient, less than 2% of salt, carrot fiber, dried garlic, citric acid, spices, parsley, basil, sugar, natural flavors, and sorbitol. I don't know what sorbitol is actually, so let me leave that. Yeah. This would be good for the curry, for the spices for the curry, actually. But I have so much lentils, is what I was saying, like pea family stuff. So I'm currently on this bag of lentils, but I have a bag 3 times this amount on the shelf, the pantry shelf. And then I have almost 2 bags of this is green split peas. I haven't really cooked that much of the green split peas. And then yellow split peas. And then, another bag of lentils, green lentils. And then I have this big bag great northern beans. Oh, one of them is bad. It's green in there. Oh my gosh. I've never seen that. And then I have another big bag of this too. So I'll show you the rest. So these are the ones that are open of the split peas and the northern beans. But this is the big lentils, premium lentils, it says, bag. So big, oh my god. Okay. So all that together again. All right. Oh, okay. So, and then I have 2 cans of black-eyed peas,
1 can of chickpeas for the curry, 1 can of coconut milk, one that's already open in the fridge that I have to do something else with. I might put that with the oatmeal, honestly. Um, and then 4 cans of black peas and 1 can of kidney beans, and then jasmine rice, but it's starchy. So I was like, I don't want to put anything that's too fibery or starchy in with the soup. Excuse me, that pear is coming up again. Excuse me. And I'm also not eating fish because I'm choosing my protein to be plant-based and then eggs. Because along with the produce that I asked for, they got this box of eggs. So, and I think it's cheaper to just buy eggs in this quantity amount anyway today. So, the whole stuff with, oh, is it organic? Is it grass fed? It's like, dude, it's not even, like, they're charging $8 to $12 for eggs. You know what I'm saying? So it's a little bit different when that's the spectrum you have to look at things with. But yeah, I have this coconut milk and then this amount of pureed tomato left. So I might just use the tomato with that's what I'm making. That's what I was trying to say. So the food isn't as like crisp or dried up when I'm reheating it. Cause like when I cook stuff with the oil and then it's like I put quinoa on the frying pan with it, it'll like get a little crispy. So I had applesauce on the side with it, but I'm not gonna do that today. I'm just gonna try the tomato puree. Yeah. Everything else in here is prepped, or it's just like condiments and juice and stuff. Whatever. I don't have to tell all my business, but yeah, I'm gonna use this. And then I actually thought it's gonna take a lot of effort to do the butternut squash because it's like, as you can see, it's not gonna fit on this little cutting board that I like to use, or my makeshift cutting board. But yeah. It would be a good idea to portion it with the bag still, but that's something that I'm either gonna have to chop and like hack, like standing up, doing it on the counter like that, and just putting like some plastic or foil over the counter and doing that. Because honestly, I don't want to put it in a plate and mess it up, right? Or I can just bake it and then peel off the skin and kind of scoop it out. But I actually need to look up how people prepare butternut squash. I've never cooked with that before, honestly. So yeah, and I don't want it to go bad. Butternut squash is very mineral dense. It's a gourd. So yeah, but yeah, this is the longest stream I've done, almost 4 hours. Thank you for the 8 likes and the comments and the people joining, just stopping by, or who watched the majority of it. Thank you, I am going to get off now because I want to get something to eat and then do my laundry and shower. So, it takes a lot longer to do things when you're multitasking, right? But yeah, that's basically all I'm gonna be up to. I got to see a little bit of my thought process, the way that I cook, the way that I prep things. So yeah, I'm just gonna put this together next to the squash. And life is great. Life is amazing. Sometimes you go through the highs and lows really quickly. So I wanted to post
you know, a mentally sound, calm host after such deep and hold on, and oh, it ended. We listened to all 3 hours of that flute music. Wow. Amazing, right? And the sun is hitting the golden hour. Whoops. I'm about to set at 5:16. So I want to just hit the 4-hour mark here and achieve that goal. The only other thing I would be adding to these like egg scrambles or the soups that I'm talking about making would be like peppers and kale, spinach, the vitamin C, iron type of stuff. So yeah, and then avocado if it were ripe. But I have these again green avocados I'm waiting for. So yeah, I'm gonna excuse me. I'm going to just not do the butternut squash anymore, not prep it. Prepped a few things today, so I'm very satisfied, with the progress. And just put that bowl up, and then I'm gonna let these grapes soak for a little bit, while I finish doing the other tasks I have to do. But I'm gonna chop up a few pieces of garlic. Drink a lot more water tonight. Then finish this leftover stuff for the sauce and juice. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna finish this completely. Actually, this looks like a lot. Yeah, I'll do like half of this. Yeah, half, and then put the rest with this rice. Yeah, I don't want to overload myself too much. Yeah. So, yeah, that's the stream. That's me. That was the vibes, the music, the productivity that you guys saw from me. And this is what I do, honestly, after I've had like a really emotionally stirring day, or a day where I'm thinking too much about things and ruminating, or just not focusing on myself. Let's just say that. And I think, obviously wearing crystals, I work with crystals to help myself feel more grounded. So the garnet and malachite combination did help. And, I'm someone, again, who works with nature, who lives in a natural way. So I'm never going to discount something that nature gives me as medicinal. I will accept it and use it, right? So yeah, I'm gonna try to do more fasts from starches and starchy things. After this, obviously, right? This is literally starchy with rice. So I might add quinoa to the soups, but I really have to see how the butternut squash comes together. Because with the sweet potato and the butternut squash, I would either have to make it in like cubes and then boil it with everything, or completely bake it and make it soft to just scoop out type of thing, like a baby food consistency. So yeah, I am still trying to do certain detoxes and not overload my system, because I was doing parasite cleanses starting at beginning of this year, but more seriously in the summertime. Into the fall. So I'm trying to, again, I've been saying this for years, it's going to take years, but to go completely plant-based and vegan. I don't go out to eat very often. I'm trying to even think of it was in September, and it was purely just because I was out with a so-called friend, but with an acquaintance, and I was like, "Oh, I'm hungry. Can you take me back to my house?"
And then on the way there, I just got some Burger King. It was high a little bit. Oh yeah, so I had Taco Bell. I got Taco Bell this month actually. When I went into the city the next city over for my birthday, I did get Taco Bell. Um, it's like once a month or once every other month. I don't really go out a lot, especially being in out to eat a lot. That's what I'm saying. Because I live in such a small town, just like how I was saying before, I don't really get my nails done anymore because it's not, hey, it's down the street or a few blocks away or on my way to class, you know. It's not that anymore for me. So, yeah, just kind of really doing a lot more for myself. Self-maintenance, self-care, putting positive energy into the things that I'm doing for my body, right? Like with meal prep, with cooking, with grooming my nails, doing foot soaks, what's call it? Spiritual baths, calm my nervous system, cleanse my aura, the intermittent fasting, having water-based things to break my fast afterward, right? Trying to steer away from sugar. I had to take that more seriously when I got a cavity recently. It felt so bad the day before Christmas Eve and the day of Christmas Eve. So I was like having some boiled cloves and things to just not have too much sugar, right? And then I was like having pumpkin seeds as well. Pumpkin seeds kill parasite eggs also. So whenever I was having these like semi-sweet chocolate chips, I would make sure that I would have pumpkin seeds that same day to kind of like counteract it, right? But this y'all can see, like, this is how much tea and spices I have, like whole shelf for tea, whole shelf for spices. So when I make soups or curries, it's like, the turmeric and ginger we don't need to get because, right, it's a whole thing. And then I use this. I used to have protein powder. I finished it. And I'm not trying to buy any plant-based protein powder either because they kept saying, oh, there's like certain little lead or undetected metals or something. I'm like, man, there's always something, right? So I was like, okay, let me just finish this up. And I was having like the fruit and oatmeal, honey, and then a little protein powder with it. And that's what I would have for like half the day, to hold me over, so to speak, right? And then in the smoothies, doing a little protein powder, right? But yeah, this is also teas. Like, you could brew some clove and cinnamon tea or cinnamon sticks, right, to balance your blood sugar, help with your oral hygiene, help if you have diabetes. But you have to do these consistently, right? It's not like I'm gonna have some tea once or twice a week. You have to have these like for 4 days, a week straight to even see the results. Just like when you're dieting or doing certain things with your gut health, right? If you're trying to get rid of bloating, if you're trying to get rid of IBS, if you're trying to get rid of certain things that has to do with your digestion, you have to do it consistently, at least for a week to see the difference, right? So yeah. But this is tea. All of this is tea or stuff that you would put into smoothies. Besides, minus these bag of raisins. I just put this here. I can actually move that to the bottom now that there's more space. But yeah, this is a whole bag of dried hibiscus. And I spoke about hibiscus earlier, but I got this and it was literally like this full. So I've had
a lot of hibiscus tea. I would put hibiscus and cloves, or hibiscus. I think it was lime. I don't know if it was lemon, but one of the two. Hibiscus and that and water. Rosemary, hibiscus, and cloves is like a super tea. Like, look up the properties of it, right? But it's literally just dehydrated. Try not to drop it, but dehydrated leaves. And some of it is like the whole, flower. Some of it's just like a piece of it. So you don't really want to use more than this much. Like, not even a handful, right? It's like 5 or 6 pieces. But, if you pick through and get, okay, this is, 1/3 of the flour, you got to look at what you're taking, right? So this will hold me over for 2 months if I made hibiscus tea every single day, right? Oh yeah, it was ginger. It was hibiscus, ginger, and lime. Or I would do hibiscus and cloves, hibiscus, ginger, and cloves, hibiscus, rosemary, and ginger, hibiscus, rosemary, and cloves, if I didn't say that already. So yeah, hibiscus was the base though, was the point of that, right? And then hibiscus and cinnamon sticks and raisins. I forgot, it was up there because I was making chai. Hibiscus, cinnamon sticks, cloves, and raisins is an amazing chai tea. So I was making that when it was transitioning from, the summer stuff, the immune boosting that I was just talking about with you, with the combinations, to chai. So I totally forgot. That's why I put it up there. Right. So if you want to make chai tea, you could definitely just do that yourself, right? And then my mom got this moringa powder. So you could add it to bake stuff, smoothies, sauces. I don't know anyone who's made tea-based sauces, so they got creative there. Like they said, put it on top of pancakes, like random, right? So yeah, and then I used to put these in my smoothies. This mushroom coffee. It says for clarity, and also if you want to replace your coffee, mushroom coffee is the easiest way to make that transition. But mushroom coffee is also good for your gut microbiome. Coffee in general is not good for your gut microbiome, and it will give you the jitters. And you will be dependent on it, right? It's a stimulant. But mushroom coffee, with this, it gives you clarity with lion's mane and chaga mushrooms. So, not psychedelics, right? Just something that helps you. If you're someone who drinks coffee every day, you can use this as a replacement. That's what my mom was trying for a bit, but yeah, I just stopped using it. And then also, going back to using raisins to make chai, a Ayurvedic medicinal thing that they did was boiled raisins and drink the raisin water, right, or raisin tea. But they would do that to help with skin deformities, I think is the way they say it. But like, it would help clear your skin. So for me, I was trying to clear up cystic acne and help hormonal balance stuff. So I was boiling a few raisins, like literally just a handful of raisins, and doing it in like, a little timed aroma cooker. Aroma's the brand, but it was like a little time cooker, right? So you could put it, on the heat setting, and then if it didn't weigh down the pot, it would go on a timer of 20 minutes. But if it's something that weighed, on the pot, then it would cook it until it was lighter. So it's a really interesting sensor that they have on there. But if you want to look at it, right? This is 26 grams of sugar if you use 1/4 a cup of raisins. So if you want to have, going back to the chai tea, right, Or if you want to have a more a sweeter tea, put some raisins in it, because raisins are naturally sugary, right? That's why they say don't eat a lot of grapes or berries, because they're naturally sugary. So yeah, but this has 300 milligrams of potassium, 0.7 milligrams of iron, 20 milligrams of calcium in it. So yeah. Yeah, you have to go by the serving size when you're eating mostly plant-based teas, fruit, stuff like that. Well, not fruit, because you can eat, like, looking at this can of peaches, it says 1/3 or 1/2 is the serving size, but I could sit down and eat the whole can of peaches, So, fruit is a little different, but again, if it's something really sugary, read the serving size, obviously, right? So yeah, and so you don't get cavities. But I also had gotten a cavity because I had tried this dark chocolate, THC CBD combined, edibles, I guess, and that was like an early birthday gift to myself. So it was a dark chocolate with that stuff infused, and I was eating like 2 or 3 squares to feel it at first, but obviously I would get too high and go to sleep and just pass out in my bed. And that was also not good because I stopped doing yoga and going for walks daily, so it was again just around my birthday type of thing. I would totally buy them again though. It was definitely, useful. Effective. Sorry, effective. But yeah, it's been over 4 hours on live, so I'm gonna go ahead and tend to my needs. Thank you to all. Oh, hello from Chile. Thank you. So yeah, thank you for the people who liked the live stream. Thank you to those who stuck around for the meal prep. Cutting, chopping the stuff, doing the onions was probably very funny to watch, but I did tear up in that, so that was actually difficult to get through for a little bit of time, but now I have a full trash bin to take out and check on the laundry, before 6 probably, and eat the first meal of my day, I only had a pair. So yeah, thank you to all who are watching, who support me. Thank you to all the new subscribers. Thank you to those who are liking and watching the videos and the lives I post, and watching the playbacks, watching the YouTube shorts where I'm cooking or talking or just anything. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. I'm not going to be going live tomorrow. I'm going to be doing some introspection about each month and what I was focusing on and accomplishing, going back and reviewing my YouTube channel to see where I could change or edit or focus a little more on things. Still debating if I should delete TikTok, but we shall see with that, right? And yeah, now my stomach is really growling. But yeah, this is another really in-depth, really detailed, really personal live stream. So yeah, I hope that you all got something out of it. And, watch the playback if you feel called to do so, for the people in chat right now. Hello. But yeah, it's been a long 4 hours and 16 and a half minutes. So I want to say thank you. Thank you again for supporting me. I, again, like I said earlier, always wanted to be a YouTuber. So thank you. And hopefully next year in 2026, I hope to be monetized, making money off of my YouTube channel. And, this year was just me being consistent with it. and, you know, showing more of who I am and being my authentic self, which is what I hope all of you strive to be, your authentic self, your true self, the most creative self that you can be in a grounded way, right? Not creative and crazy, right? But wishing the best to you all. Grand rising, grand afternoon, grand evening. Whenever you're seeing this, Hatsepu, and peace to you. See you in the new year.